line. Crews cannot start working on those damaged lines until the winds die down. It is not safe to raise the bucket trucks in high winds. Spectrum opened up nearly 35,000 Wi-Fi access points across the Carolinas. The hotspots offer internet access if your devices go down. Just search Spectrum Wi-Fi in your internet settings. We are continuing to track Helene's path as it moves through our state. Taking a live look right now in Gibsonville, you can see we are still on storm watch. Fallen trees, a big concern here. We'll be back. We are getting more photos and videos showing the damage Helene is leaving in her wake. Here's a look at Boone. You can see King Street near App State completely submerged as some cars try to get through. Not a great idea to drive in floodwaters. More shocking images coming out of Boone. Check out this picture of Meadowview Drive. Officials say there is a lot of debris floating on top of the water, and concerningly more that you cannot see. They say to stay away from these areas.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. You know, gosh, we've been saying throughout the week that this is going to be a terrible storm for western North Carolina. Unfortunately, it sure looks like that, and then some. For us, fast and furious, like we were telling you yesterday. We had that heavy rain in the morning, plenty of tornado warnings, some gusty winds as well. But now things are starting to improve here locally in the Triad. But what a different story, just a couple of counties out to the west of us. All those green boxes, by the way, in North Carolina, representing flash flood warnings right now. You'll see how huge this system system is. That swirling area of low pressure out to the west of us in Kentucky, Tennessee, parts of the Midwest too. That's rainfall. That rain extends as far north as Pennsylvania, if you can believe it. And just yesterday, it was still in the southern Gulf of Mexico. Hard to believe. The big nasty band that caused the tornado problems earlier today, this is now pushing over through Raleigh onto the other side into eastern North Carolina, where the tornado threat does continue. But by and large, for the most part, our area has seen that tornado threat really go down. We'll still keep an eye, though. This is enough to kind of pique your interest now in Stokes County and Patrick County, Virginia's. If these get a little bit stronger, they might be able to rotate a little bit, and we would have to join you again for tornado warning coverage at some point the next little bit. But the triad looks pretty good right now. Again, flash flood warnings all about the foothills, especially Stokes, Surrey, Yadkin, Wilkes, Allegheny, everywhere in the mountains, everywhere in western North Carolina has a flash flood warning right now. The creeks and streams are up in the triad, but they're okay compared to what we've seen in some of our bad events in the past. Totally different story. This is estimated rainfall out to the west of us in the Asheville area. They have radar problems out there because of how tall the mountains are, so ignore that part. But here, well over a foot of rain in parts of upstate South Carolina near Highlands. This is up in the Boone area. Of course, you go just south of there, you're on the Blue Ridge Parkway, which is all closed, about 10 inches of rain. We had a camera to show you up there. It looks like it has lost power in the Boone area, right along King Street, as many people have in North Carolina. Next couple of hours, we'll still watch a couple rain bands out there, but by around 4 o'clock, the rain should be over. We should see some sunshine breaking out, and the winds, which are still up a little bit, they should start to go down as well. Our wind advisory is still in place, but we haven't seen gusts any higher than 30 miles per hour for a little bit. Our computer model agrees. Going through the rest of the afternoon, the winds will continue to die down. Still be alert for the possibility of a falling tree with the wet ground. That can still sometimes happen, but overall, things are starting to improve, and that's good news. As we take a look at the 7-day forecast, we actually expect a really nice weekend. Lots of sunshine for tomorrow. Temperatures will be right around 80 degrees. Hardly a chance for rain, so you're in pretty good shape for Saturday. Sunday, we could actually see a scattered shower still from Helene. It'll back up over us. That's your forecast for now. We'll be monitoring behind the scenes if anything else changes.
While Helene continues to wreak havoc here in North Carolina, the storm is leaving devastation south of us. CBS's Tom Hansen reports from Tallahassee, Florida.
Earlier this summer, farmers dealt with a 5 to 6 week drought, leaving farmers with crops that were over-dried, including crops like corn and tobacco. Now, with harvest time right around the corner, farmers are preparing to tend to a new set of crops.
We're getting into peanut harvesting season, sweet potato season, cotton, soybeans. So a lot of our farmers will be harvesting those crops over the next several weeks and months.
Storms like Debbie and upcoming Helene become a burden to farmlands. With heavy rainfall, farmers are unable to apply pesticides or manage the crops.
It's not just the direct damage that you might get from rainfall or wind or things like that, but the ground stays wet for several days after a storm, and that makes it hard to get in the field and harvest, and just creates a lot of complications.
When farmers can't tend to the fields, the crops can't get to the shelves.
That affects consumers down the line if we don't have enough product. Might cause a raise in prices or lower the supply of a certain crop. But a lot of those times, those things aren't immediately apparent.
As we head to break, this is a live look at downtown Winston-Salem, where there are more than 5,000 power outages reported across the city right now, including a large pocket in the downtown area. Heavy rain continues as Helene moves through the Triad. We'll be back.
All right, so a little bit more about the storm. Number one, it's really, really bad in western North Carolina. We know this for sure, and we'll keep you updated. Here in the Triad, things have improved quite a bit. It was a quick hit of some nasty wind and rain. However, we do still want to pay pretty close attention to a couple of specific areas. The tornado watch has been canceled for many of our counties, but it actually still is in effect right along the Virginia border. And if we look here at Stokes County, this is up near Danbury, pretty close to Patrick County as well. There's a little bit of rotation there that we'll want to keep our eyes on. So we'll keep you up to speed on that over the next little bit. But once we get to the late afternoon, for almost all of us, the rain should be starting to come to an end. The flood threat really pretty low for most of our Triad counties, but it's really high for our foothill communities. So I know we have reporters all over. We're going to be checking up on things like the Yadkin River out in Wilkes and Yadkin counties, which is rising higher than it has in a while. And of course, the reports from the mountains. Just heartbreaking to see all that damage. And you know, we were saying this is probably going to be days and weeks of cleanup, maybe a month or so.
Yeah, as the governor said, Tim, just because the rain is ending doesn't mean the threat is over.
That's right.
There's going to be a lot of cleanup to come.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for watching WFMY News 2 at noon. Stay safe. We'll see you all the time on WFMY Plus, streaming on Fire and Roku.
The WFMY News 2 at noon is sponsored by First Horizon Bank. First Horizon Bank. Let's find a way.
Well, we've had a busy morning all across North Carolina, but especially here in the Piedmont. Multiple tornado warnings came through the area. None of those have verified quite yet, but we saw quite a bit of rotation in some of these severe storms and the outer bands of Helene pushing through the area. The good news is the main threat is over. However, still could see an isolated tornado or two just within the next couple of hours. So we'll be keeping eyes on that. That's mainly for northern counties. Our weather impact alert continues until around 2 o'clock. So here just for another hour or so. Impacts being some heavy rain bands that are still making their way into the area. Still a little bit of wind, and heading into the afternoon, we're starting to see that tornado threat also die down as more counties are also being dropped from the tornado watch list. So just a reminder to make sure you're also keeping an eye to the sky, and of course watching the radar, making sure you're able to still receive alerts these next couple of hours. Just in the last 4 hours, we've received lots and lots of rain across the triad. As of right now in Greensboro, still some dark stormy clouds for right now, but we are starting to clear out these next couple of hours. So look at Tropical Storm Helene. Somehow still holding on to tropical storm strength. It's moving north at around 32 miles per hour. Winds are still sustained at around 45 miles per hour, but the pressure here is increasing, which means it is weakening. We're also seeing that the center right now is 30 miles southwest of Bryson City in North Carolina. And those were those outer bands. This was kind of the troublemaker right here, this outer band here from Helene, bringing in all of those tornadoes we saw, or tornado warnings, I should say, just in the past several hours. But that is now pushing north, taking that risk with it. Still some remnant isolated showers and storms could cause some trouble here in the triad. Lots and lots of flash flood warnings here for western portions of North Carolina and also into South Carolina. Even a couple of isolated showers starting to form right under that line here in the Piedmont. So if you're heading out for lunch, make sure you have the umbrella and the rain gear. And of course, some of these here could even start to rotate as well. So we'll be keeping eyes on that for the next couple of hours. Again, that threat is not completely gone for tornadoes, so we'll continue to keep eyes on it. This threat is also continuing to push north. These showers and storms that are now moving into Davidson, Guilford, and also Rockingham counties, and Stokes also in the next 30 minutes or so. Lots and lots of storm reports just in the last 12 hours. You can see anywhere from high wind to wind damage, and even some reports of a funnel cloud here in southeastern North Carolina. Let's zoom in here on the Piedmont just to kind of give you an idea of what people are reporting here in Greensboro. Numerous trees were reported down across the city of Greensboro. Gibsonville tree down, Clemens also another tree down. Lots of trees down across the area, even causing a little bit of problems for roadways as well. And some streets with the trees have fallen, not able to actually have people be able to drive through them. Other areas here in western North Carolina are more geared toward the flood concern, but a lot of places have flooded, especially roadways and especially some driveways, and some people have actually been evacuated. That wind advisory for today is going to continue for our area until around 6 o'clock. High wind warning for portions of northern western North Carolina. A look at wind gusts for right now, mainly sitting in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range, particularly 40 in Charlotte, 43 in Boone, 32 there in Hickory. But for us, that's slowly going to begin to die down these next couple of hours as that main wind with the system of Helene is starting to move toward the west and starting to push northwest away from our area, taking the threat with it, all that heavy rain, gusty winds, and of course that tornado threat as well. Wind gusts right now are currently sitting in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range, a little bit higher toward Charlotte and toward western North Carolina, of course. We've seen wind gusts today, though, across the area in the 40s for the most part for us. 43 in Greensboro, 47 there in Burlington, 47 also in Winston-Salem. And that's just kind of the name of the game with some of these tropical systems that are able to move into the area. Not only are you factoring in the hurricane winds, or tropical storm force winds in our case, but we're also factoring in the forward motion of the actual storm itself. So you can get a lot of storms that will produce this type of wind gusts even when they're not that strong, just because they're tropical and they're bringing in a lot of forward motion. 52 there in Hickory as a mile per hour wind gust, 53 in Jefferson. And here on the Futurecast, we're watching the system continue to push northwest. Heading into tonight, we are starting to clear out, not seeing any threats, looking like a pretty nice day into the day on Saturday. We're back into the middle and upper 70s. A couple more clouds into the day on Sunday with perhaps an isolated shower shower or two as that sort of low pressure system continues to weaken and pushes back through the Carolinas. We might see a little bit more cloud coverage as well as an isolated shower or two. A look at the future radar next couple of hours. Again, a couple of heavy rain bands are going to be possible in the next few hours, but for the most part, the threat is starting to die down because of those outer bands of Helene already pushing through the triad and continuing to lift north at pretty rapid speeds. So this is what the future radar could look like here in just the next several hours. Most of that moisture pushing north and away of the area as Helene continues to rotate counterclockwise and out of the region. A couple of isolated showers continuing into tonight, but for the most part, we're looking nice and dry, maybe even some clouds for the day on Saturday. For the most part, dry on Saturday as well before a little bit of a shower chance does begin to return on Sunday, especially by the afternoon and evening due to remnants of Helene starting to make their way back over the area after that push toward the northwest. Now, as for tropical impacts, again, this morning we've had several warnings across the area, from tornado warnings to as well as flood warnings across the region. We've seen in western North Carolina lots and lots of rainfall. Some areas measuring just in the last couple of days around 15 to 20 inches in the area. For us, it's just a matter of a couple of inches. This is what you can expect for impacts here. Flash flood risk is beginning to die down heading into this afternoon and especially by the evening as remnants of Helene continue to lift north. High winds, still could see a couple of gusty winds this afternoon, 20 to 40 miles per hour max. I would say 25 to 30 max. Actually, then we're starting to die down into tonight and especially by the upcoming weekend. Tornado threat after around 1 or 2 o'clock. Also beginning to die down just in the next couple of hours or so. Power outages can also continue to happen these next several hours as the ground is very, very saturated and it'll still be a little bit breezy. As for rainfall that we have seen, this is just yesterday. I kind of want to point this out across southeastern North Carolina or southeastern United States. Up around 4 inches in Columbia, South Carolina. 4.4 almost in Macon, Georgia, over 3.5 just yesterday in Savannah, Georgia, and in Asheville, western North Carolina, which is getting hit the hardest, I would say, flood-wise, around 6 inches yesterday in Asheville. Now let's add that to the total that we have seen so far for the day today in Asheville. 2.5 almost inches, almost 5 inches in Greenville. This is you can kind of see the track of Helene push right up through here, through Georgia into South Carolina, right near Augusta, near Greenville. This is where you saw the heaviest bands that were able to dump a lot of moisture in just a very short amount of time. Boone receiving almost 7 inches of rainfall today, and notice all across the area it kind of varies. If you were able to see some of those heavier bands and some of those outer bands of Helene, you were able to see some more rainfall across the area. So like Raleigh right here, just for example, almost at 1.5 inches versus Wilmington only just under half an inch, around half an inch in Fayetteville as well. Us in the triad around 3/4 of an inch. Just to kind of zoom in just a little bit more to show you what we're working with, western North Carolina really got the brunt of this storm in terms of moisture, around 6.66 inches there in Boone, 2.26 here in Hickory. Lots of western North Carolina counties are flooded, and you can see why just from the amount of rain we've received the last several days from that stalled front and also from the funnel of moisture into the area from Helene, as well as Helene itself actually making its way through the southeast. Rainfall today for us has ranged anywhere between 1/10 of an inch up to around an inch across the area. Rainfall forecast, again, we're starting to see numbers die down the next several hours. Could see a couple of 1/10 of an inch at most, but for the most part, those rain chances are starting to die down. So what you need to know heading into this afternoon, again, don't let your guard down completely as that isolated tornado threat is still in play, but gusty winds will remain heading into the afternoon. Heavy rain is mostly done, but there are still going to be a couple of showers left, so have the rain gear in the back seat and just make sure you're staying alert, especially for fallen trees and also power outages. As for your weekend forecast, we're back in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Slim shower chances, a warm and pretty nice weekend. As for your 7-day forecast, we're pretty nice and dry the next couple of days. Unsettled at times, but it'll be isolated showers. We're back in the middle and upper 70s. Overnight lows in the lower and middle 60s. Pretty nice and average for this time of year. Normally we're right in the deep 70s, so right on par heading into next week. Lots of peaks of sunshine, and we're back into the middle 70s by the middle of next week. itself actually making its way through the southeast. Rainfall today for us has ranged anywhere between 1/10 of an inch up to around an inch across the area. Rainfall forecast, again, we're starting to see numbers die down the next several hours. Could see a couple of 1/10 of an inch at most, but for the most part, those rain chances are starting to die down. So what you need to know heading into this afternoon, again, don't let your guard down completely as that isolated tornado threat is still in play, but gusty winds will remain heading into the afternoon. Heavy rain is mostly done, but there are still going to be a couple of showers left, so have the rain gear in the back seat and just make sure you're staying alert, especially for fallen trees and also power outages. As for your weekend forecast, we're back in the upper 70s and lower 80s, slim shower chances, a warm and pretty nice weekend. As for your 7-day forecast, we're pretty nice and dry the next couple of days. Unsettled at times, but it'll be isolated showers. We're back in the middle and upper 70s. Overnight lows in the lower and middle 60s. Pretty nice and average for this time of year. Normally we're right in the deep 70s, so right on par heading into next week. Lots of peaks of sunshine, and we're back into the middle 70s by the middle of next week. Well, we've had a busy morning all across North Carolina, but especially here in the Piedmont. Multiple tornado warnings came through the area. None of those have verified quite yet, but we saw quite a bit of rotation in some of these severe storms and the outer bands of Helene pushing through the area. The good news is the main threat is over. However, still could see an isolated tornado or two just within the next couple of hours. So we'll be keeping eyes on that. That's mainly for northern counties. Our weather impact alert continues until around 2 o'clock. So here just for another hour or so. Impacts being some heavy rain bands that are still making their way into the area. Still a little bit of wind. And heading into the afternoon, we're starting to see that tornado threat also die down as more counties are also being dropped from the tornado watch list. So just a reminder to make sure you're also keeping an eye to the sky and of course watching the radar, making sure you're able to still receive alerts these next couple of hours. Just in the last 4 hours, we've received lots and lots of rain across the triad. As of right now in Greensboro, still some dark stormy clouds for right now, but we are starting to clear out these next couple of hours. So look at Tropical Storm Helene. Somehow still holding on to tropical storm strength. It's moving north at around 32 miles per hour. Winds are still sustained at around 45 miles per hour, but the pressure here is increasing, which means it is weakening. We're also seeing that the center right now is 30 miles southwest of Bryson City in North Carolina. And those were those outer bands. This was kind of the troublemaker right here, this outer band here from Helene, bringing in all of those tornadoes we saw, or tornado warnings, I should say, just in the past several hours. But that is now pushing north, taking that risk with it. Still some remnant isolated showers and storms could cause some trouble here in the triad. Lots and lots of flash flood warnings here for western portions of North Carolina and also into South Carolina. Even a couple of isolated showers starting to form right under that line here in the Piedmont. So if you're heading out for lunch, make sure you have the umbrella and the rain gear. And of course, some of these here could even start to rotate as well. So we'll be keeping eyes on that for the next couple of hours. Again, that threat is not completely gone for tornadoes, so we'll continue to keep eyes on it. This threat is also continuing to push north, these showers and storms that are now moving into Davidson, Guilford, and also Rockingham counties, and Stokes also in the next 30 minutes or so. Lots and lots of storm reports just in the last 12 hours. You can see anywhere from high wind to wind damage and even some reports of a funnel cloud here in southeastern North Carolina. Let's zoom in here on the Piedmont just to kind of give you an idea of what people are reporting here in Greensboro. Numerous trees were reported down across the city of Greensboro. Gibsonville tree down, Clemens also another tree down, lots of trees down across the area, even causing a little bit of problems for roadways as well. and some streets with the trees have fallen, not able to actually have people be able to drive through them. Other areas here in western North Carolina are more geared toward the flood concern, but a lot of places have flooded, especially roadways and especially some driveways, and some people have actually been evacuated. That wind advisory for today is going to continue for our area until around 6 o'clock. High wind warning for portions of northern western North Carolina. I look at wind gusts for right now, mainly sitting in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range, particularly 40 in Charlotte, 43 in Boone, 32 there in Hickory. But for us, that's slowly going to begin to die down these next couple of hours as that main wind with the system of Helene is starting to move toward the west and starting to push northwest away from our area, taking the threat with it, all that heavy rain, gusty winds, and of course that tornado threat as well. Wind gusts right now are currently sitting in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range, a little bit higher toward Charlotte and toward western North Carolina. Of course, we've seen wind gusts today though across the area in the 40s for the most part for us. 43 in Greensboro, 47 there in Burlington, 47 also in Winston-Salem, and that's just kind of the name of the game with some of these tropical systems that are able to move into the area. Not only are you factoring in the hurricane winds or tropical storm force winds in our case, but we're also factoring in the forward motion of the actual storm itself. So you can get a lot of storms that will produce this type of wind gusts even when they're not that strong, just because they're tropical and they're bringing in a lot of forward motion. 52 there in Hickory as a mile per hour wind gust, 53 in Jefferson. And here on the Futurecast, we're watching the system continue to push northwest. Heading into tonight, we are starting to clear out, not seeing any threats, looking like a pretty nice day into the day on Saturday. We're back into the middle and upper 70s. A couple more clouds into the day on Sunday with perhaps an isolated shower or two as that sort of low pressure system continues to weaken and pushes back through the Carolinas. We might see a little bit more cloud coverage as well as an isolated shower or two. A look at the future radar next couple of hours. Again, a couple of heavy rain bands are going to be possible in the next few hours, but for the most part, the threat is starting to die down because of those outer bands of Helene already pushing through the triad and continuing to lift north at pretty rapid speeds. So this is what the future radar could look like here in just the next several hours. Most of that moisture pushing north and away of the area as Helene continues to rotate counterclockwise and out of the region. A couple of isolated showers continuing into tonight, but for the most part, we're looking nice and dry, maybe even some clouds for the day on Saturday. For the most part, dry on Saturday as well before a little bit of a shower chance does begin to return on Sunday, especially by the afternoon and evening due to remnants of Helene starting to make their way back over the area after that push toward the northwest. Now, as for tropical impacts, again, this morning we've had several warnings across the area, from tornado warnings to as well as flood warnings across the region. We've seen in western North Carolina lots and lots of rainfall. Some areas measuring just in the last couple of days around 15 to 20 inches in the area. For us, it's just a matter of a couple of inches. This is what you can expect for impacts here. Flash flood risk is beginning to die down heading into this afternoon, and especially by the evening as remnants of Helene continue to lift north. High winds, still could see a couple of gusty winds this afternoon, 20 to 40 miles per hour max. I would say 25 to 30 max. Actually, then we're starting to die down into tonight, and especially by the upcoming weekend. Tornado threat after around 1 or 2 o'clock. Also beginning to die down just in the next couple of hours or so. Power outages can also continue to happen these next several hours as the ground is very, very saturated, and it'll still be a little bit breezy. As for rainfall that we have seen, this is just yesterday. I kind of want to point this out across southeastern North Carolina or southeastern United States. Up around 4 inches in Columbia, South Carolina. 4.4 almost in Macon, Georgia, over 3.5 just yesterday in Savannah, Georgia, and in Asheville, western North Carolina, which is getting hit the hardest, I would say, flood-wise, around 6 inches yesterday in Asheville. Now let's add that to the total that we have seen so far for the day today in Asheville. 2.5 almost inches, almost 5 inches in Greenville. This is you can kind of see the track of Helene push right up through here, through Georgia into South Carolina, right near Augusta, near Greenville. This is where you saw the heaviest bands that were able to dump a lot of moisture in just a very short amount of time. Boone receiving almost 7 inches of rainfall today, and notice all across the area it kind of varies. If you were able to see some of those heavier bands and some of those outer bands of Helene, you were able to see some more rainfall across the area. So like Raleigh right here, just for example, almost at 1.5 inches versus Wilmington only just under half an inch, around half an inch in Fayetteville as well. Us in the Triad around 3/4 of an inch. Just to kind of zoom in just a little bit more to show you what we're working with, Western North Carolina really got the brunt of this storm in terms of moisture, around 6.66 inches there in Boone, 2.26 here in Hickory. Lots of Western North Carolina counties are flooded, and you can see why just from the amount of rain we've received the last several days from that stalled front and also from the funneled of moisture into the area from Helene, as well as Helene itself actually making its way through the southeast. Rainfall today for us has ranged anywhere between 1/10 of an inch up to around 1 inch across the area. Rainfall forecast, again, we're starting to see numbers die down the next several hours. Could see a couple of 1/10 of an inch at most, but for the most part, those rain chances are starting to die down. So what you need to know heading into this afternoon, again, don't let your guard down completely as that isolated tornado threat is still in play, but gusty winds will remain heading into the afternoon. Heavy rain is mostly done, but there are still going to be a couple of showers left, so have the rain gear in the back seat and just make sure you're staying alert, especially for fallen trees and also power outages. As for your weekend forecast, we're back in the upper 70s and lower 80s, slim shower chances, a warm and pretty nice weekend. As for your 7-day forecast, we're pretty nice and dry the next couple of days. Unsettled at times, but it'll be isolated showers. We're back in the middle and upper 70s. Overnight lows in the lower and middle 60s. Pretty nice and average for this time of year. Normally we're right in the deep 70s, so right on par heading into next week. Lots of peaks of sunshine, and we're back into the middle 70s by the middle of next week.
Seriously. The State Emergency Response Team remains fully activated today, and our operational priority continues to be on supporting our impacted local jurisdictions across the state. We continue to have our public sector, private sector, nonprofits, and volunteer agencies here at the EOC and working in communities across the state. Since yesterday, we have seen life-threatening flash flooding, landslides, and downed trees, primarily across the foothills and mountains of North Carolina. Areas of our state, particularly in the west, have seen immense rainfall totals already. As we go into this afternoon, we will continue to see rainfall across the state, with weather conditions improving over the course of the afternoon and evening. There remains a severe weather threat to central and eastern North Carolina, where tornadoes and heavy downpours are expected. For those that are in flood-prone areas, please make sure you are informed, that you have a plan of action to quickly evacuate if necessary, and that you are receiving information from reliable sources such as local emergency management offices and the National Weather Service. With such significant rainfall, water levels and flooding in the North Carolina mountains can rapidly change and can create a substantial threat to life. Many counties in western North Carolina have ordered evacuations to save lives. It is imperative that all residents in evacuation zones please leave and move to a safer location. Please avoid traveling if at all possible, particularly in the mountains and foothills. If you must travel, please visit drivenc.gov to check roadway status. This website is updated regularly by the Department of Transportation. As of this morning, as the governor said, there are over 290 roadways that are closed in our state from impacts of both Helene as well as PTC 8 last week. I want to thank our partners in the North Carolina DOT for their continued hard work to block roadways to protect the public and for continuing to quickly clear roadways when it is safe to do so. Further, the DOT is advising North Carolinians in western North Carolina particularly to seek higher ground and shelter in place. And as the governor said, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Emergency personnel and rescuers should be the only ones on the roadways, as well as our infrastructure partners as we move into power restoration efforts. Do not drive through standing water. Do not drive around barricades and road closed signs. They are there to protect you and your families. There are currently 25 county and 43 municipal states of emergency declared. The State Emergency Response Team is supporting numerous shelter operations in western North Carolina communities. Additional personnel to assist with sheltering are being brought in from unimpacted areas of the state or from other states outside of North Carolina. 14 local shelters have been opened in multiple counties, and for updated shelter information, please visit readync.gov. Our partners in the North Carolina Office of EMS have deployed ambulance buses, additional EMS units, and additional medical personnel to assist in sheltering operations and to support healthcare facilities. This will also continue post-impact. There have been rescues made, and the response to swiftwater incidents is ongoing across the mountains as of this morning by members of our North Carolina first responder and search and rescue community. The North Carolina State Emergency Operations Center has deployed 30 swiftwater rescue teams and added additional swiftwater rescue teams from New York, Indiana, Illinois, Oklahoma, New Hampshire, Delaware, and Michigan. This is in addition to 5 urban search and rescue teams deployed to assist with any structural collapses that occur. FEMA has deployed 4 search and rescue teams, and we are requesting additional teams at this time, as well as some potential partnership with our colleagues in the U.S. Coast Guard. The North Carolina National Guard has deployed over 350 National Guardsmen and 131 vehicles to include high water vehicles and aviation assets to assist in the event, and are adding to those numbers throughout the day today. The logistics branch has assisted counties and response partners with deployment of meals, water, tarps, and other commodities and supplies. As we have continued to state, flooding may occur outside of areas that normally flood with the forecasted rainfall totals we are seeing. Please stay safe today, check on your neighbors and those in your community who need assistance, and take protective actions when directed by local authorities to do so. During a disaster or major event, we are stronger together and make for more resilient communities. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to the dedicated and brave first responders and members of the emergency management community who are answering North Carolina's call and working to save lives in your communities across the state. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Director Ray. I've activated additional National Guard soldiers to help with this, and so I'm going to ask Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, for his update.
Thank you, Governor. And before I get started, I'm going to give a quick update on what the Guard is doing. But additionally, I want to thank the Guardians of the great state of North Carolina for answering the call. Thank them and their families during this time of crisis. Our current status, or our footprint, is we are located in the following cities. Asheville. We've been in Asheville for over a day now, providing support last night. Charlotte, Morganton, we have 13 aircraft ready to deploy when the weather breaks, and we also have some additional support, if required, from other states, Maryland and Connecticut. Our vehicles that we have right now are mainly high water type vehicles and palletized vehicles who can produce commodities and bring commodities to the affected areas. We are also going to augment forestry with some chainsaw and debris removal teams as we move throughout the storm. Again, I want to thank our guardsmen and their families for protecting this great state, and just have your prayers with those individuals that are out there today. Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you, General Hunt. There are a lot of people out there working today. We know that families are still in danger. People at this Emergency Operations Center will be working until we get through this thing. We'll take questions now. If you guys can move to the mics over here, if anybody wants to ask one.
Laura Leslie, WRAL. A question for the DOT about the extent of road closures, outages, and how is 40 looking out west, for example, and what are the major trouble spots for transportation?
We have 290 roads closed right now, but More of them are closing as we speak, particularly in western North Carolina. But Mr. Peoples, I'll let you come forward.
Thank you, Governor. So right now we know of at least 4 spots on I-40 that are the roadways closed. The top of Old Fort Mountain, we have a slide that's covered all 4 lanes, so the road's closed there. There's also high water in locations at several other spots on I-40. I-26 is also flooded at 2 locations, mile marker 55 and mile marker 38. US 74 at I-40 is completely underwater. So there's many other locations, and this is a rapidly changing circumstance. So again, I'd just like to echo, if you don't have to drive, please don't.
Emergency management officials continue our response to this dangerous storm, particularly in the western part of our state. The priority now is saving lives. Helene is causing life-threatening flash flooding, numerous landslides, and downed trees causing power outages. Flooding will continue through the weekend in some areas and may even occur in areas that don't typically flood. With the rain that they had already been experiencing before Helene's arrival, this is one of the worst storms in modern history for parts of western North Carolina. The end of the rain is not the end of the threat. This fierce storm will move out of our state in the next 24 hours, but the danger will not be over. Tropical storm force winds that border on hurricane strength are happening right now across western North Carolina. Trees are falling, causing widespread power outages. As of this morning, there are over 879,000 estimated power outages across our state. We're also currently aware of 290 closed roads. For the people in western North Carolina, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Because conditions are continuing to worsen, people in western North Carolina should consider all roads closed unless you are seeking higher ground. For much of our state, there's also the continued potential for tornadoes with this storm system. They can quickly spin up with little warning. I urge people to stay informed, listen to local radio, TV, and local emergency response officials. Sadly, our hearts are heavy as we report 2 deaths, one in Catawba County due to a motor vehicle collision on a flooded roadway, and one in Charlotte due to a tree falling on a home. There will be more as we know this storm is continuing across our state. We are working to try to prevent as many as we possibly can. And in all parts of our state where there is flooding, remember, do not drive through floodwaters. As I've said so many times, we've lost too many North Carolinians who've driven into floodwaters. So turn around, don't drown. The State Emergency Response Team's efforts will continue to work with local officials and support impacted communities today and throughout the weekend. Our state search and rescue teams are being assisted from teams from more than a dozen other states, and I'm deeply grateful for their work to save lives. Currently, we are aware of over 100 swiftwater rescues since the beginning of this event, but we know there will be many more. Our emergency management team here and in counties across the state are continuing to deploy resources strategically to save lives and to strengthen the response for counties and cities. Numerous evacuations have been ordered in areas likely to flood. If you're told to evacuate, please get out of the danger zone. There are about 15 are the best in the nation. I'm thankful for their hard work and for risking their lives to protect all North Carolinians. Today I'm joined by Emergency Management Director Will Ray, our Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt. Chief Operating Officer of the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Chris Peoples. The Commander of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, Colonel Freddie Johnson. FEMA Field Coordinating Officer, Craig Levy. Our sign language interpreters are Brian Tipton. And behind the scenes, our Spanish language interpreters are Yasmin Mativia and Erica Kugler. At this time, I'll ask Director Ray for his update. Will?
Thank you, Governor Cooper, and good morning, everyone. North Carolina is currently experiencing the impacts of Helene, which will continue into Saturday. As we said yesterday, North Carolinians should remain informed, have a plan in place to protect your family, and should take this storm seriously. The State Emergency Response Team remains fully activated today, and our operational priority continues to be on supporting our impacted local jurisdictions across the state. We continue to have our public sector, private sector, nonprofits, and volunteer agencies here at the EOC and working in communities across the state. Since yesterday, we have seen life-threatening flash flooding, landslides, and downed trees, primarily across the foothills and mountains of North Carolina. Areas of our state, particularly in the west, have seen immense rainfall totals already. As we go into this afternoon, we will continue to see rainfall across the state, with weather conditions improving over the course of the afternoon and evening. There remains a severe weather threat to central and eastern North Carolina, where tornadoes and heavy downpours are expected. For those that are in flood-prone areas, please make sure you are informed, that you have a plan of action to quickly evacuate if necessary, and that you are receiving information from reliable sources such as local emergency management offices and the National Weather Service. With such significant rainfall, water levels and flooding in the North Carolina mountains can rapidly change and can create a substantial threat to life. Many counties in western North Carolina have ordered evacuations to save lives. It is imperative that all residents in evacuation zones please leave and move to a safer location. Please avoid traveling if at all possible, particularly in the mountains and foothills. If you must travel, please visit drivenc.gov to check roadway status. This website is updated regularly by the Department of Transportation. As of this morning, as the governor said, there are over 290 roadways that are closed in our state from impacts of both Helene as well as PTC 8 last week. I want to thank our partners in the North Carolina DOT for their continued hard work to block roadways to protect the public and for continuing to quickly clear roadways when it is safe to do so. Further, the DOT is advising North Carolinians in western North Carolina particularly to seek higher ground and shelter in place. And as the governor said, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Emergency personnel and rescuers should be the only ones on the roadways, as well as our infrastructure partners as we move into power restoration efforts. Do not drive through standing water. Do not drive around barricades and road closed signs. They are there to protect you and your families. There are currently 25 county and 43 municipal states of emergency declared. The State Emergency Response Team is supporting numerous shelter operations in western North Carolina communities. Additional personnel to assist with sheltering are being brought in from unimpacted areas of the state or from other states outside of North Carolina. 14 local shelters have been opened in multiple counties, and for updated shelter information, please visit readync.gov. Our partners in the North Carolina Office of EMS have deployed ambulance buses, additional EMS units, and additional medical personnel to assist in sheltering operations and to support healthcare facilities. This will also continue post-impact. There have been rescues made, and the response to swiftwater incidents is ongoing across the mountains as of this morning by members of our North Carolina first responder and search and rescue community. The North Carolina State Emergency Operations Center has deployed 30 swiftwater rescue teams and added additional swiftwater rescue teams from New York, Indiana, Illinois, Oklahoma, New Hampshire, Delaware, and Michigan. This is in addition to 5 urban search and rescue teams deployed to assist with any structural collapses that occur. FEMA has deployed 4 search and rescue teams, and we are requesting additional teams at this time, as well as some potential partnership with our colleagues in the U.S. Coast Guard. The North Carolina National Guard has
Threat of some storms is also beginning to die down these next couple of hours. This is a time lapse beginning at around 10 o'clock, just in the last 4 hours. A couple of clouds, even some showers, a lot of dark, scary clouds actually making their way across the area. Let's loop all the way up till present time. There was just one shower, just visible, but for now, starting to actually see some peaks of sunshine as Tropical Depression Helene continues to push toward the northwest, between 25 to 30 miles per hour. Winds are sustained at 35 miles per hour. Its center is about 125 miles southeast of Louisville, Kentucky. And for now, us in the Triad, we're still seeing a couple of isolated showers, maybe even an embedded storm or two, but for the most part, our severe level threat is starting to die. We saw that band go through earlier that brought in multiple tornado warnings across our region. That same band is also beginning to impact portions of very eastern North Carolina, including a tornado warning and some severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. For us in the Triad, pop-up storms still may be impacting us for the next couple of hours, so still want to keep the rain gear with you and also an eye on the radar. Alerts on, as well as these remnant storms continue to go across the area. They are pushing north between 30 to 35 miles per hour. We're also watching this tornado warning right now toward Raleigh and central North Carolina for Edgecombe and Halifax counties. This is radar indicated, but it's very clear where we see that rotation. Excuse that right there. This is where the rotation is right here. Very quick moving storm. Just before I set this up, I had the rotation in the right spot, and that just goes to show you how quickly these storms move. This one right here, just over Enfield. This is where this rotation is right here. And just to kind of show you how strong these storms are, this was actually an observed tornado on the ground. We use this thing called correlation coefficient to show the debris possibly being lofted in the air from tornadoes, picking up things like houses, power lines, etc. And this is kind of showing you that this tornado was on the ground just north of Rocky Mount, right at around 3:01, and there have been reports of several businesses and even some buildings having some damage. So we'll continue to keep eyes on that, and we'll also update you on the warnings we had to see if anything was observed or if there was any damage reported. As for the tornado watch that was issued for most of our area through around 6 o'clock, for the most part, that has begun to die down, being taken off most of our area. Some of our northernmost counties have that tornado watch still in effect through 6 o'clock, but for the most part, that threat is dying down into the night tonight. Estimated rainfall since Monday, just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what we've seen just as a state all across the area. Western North Carolina obviously receiving the brunt of it, but other areas just with that line of strong storms seeing a lot of heavy rain from these outer bands of Helene. And here's an idea of what estimated rainfall looks like right here in western North Carolina, seeing anywhere between 10 to 15, and let me step off so you can get a better view, anywhere between 10 to 15, even up to 20 inches in some spots, causing a lot of flooding issues for folks that live there in the mountains area, especially if you're trying to travel. Just a lot of rainfall that doesn't have anywhere to go. Creates problems for landslides and mudslides as well. 6 inches there, heading just to the west of Hickory toward us, anywhere between 3 to 4 inches just in the last couple of days. Still a good amount of rainfall. And in the last 12 hours, we've seen a lot of storm reports, even a funnel cloud here reported in southeastern North Carolina. Let's zoom in to kind of give you a better idea. Lots and lots of trees down here in the city of Gibsonville, right on the edge of Alamance and Guilford. Tree down was reported. Numerous trees down here also reported in Guilford County, right here in Greensboro and in Clemens. Also another tree down. But for western portions of North Carolina, it's more of a flooding concern, even though there were still strong winds, even stronger than what we saw here, up to around 65 miles per hour. The majority of these reports actually ended up being flooding. Houses in low-lying areas are being evacuated. Rivers at the base of some of these bridges are also being evacuated in some of the areas, as well as flooding also causing a concern. And, you know, those winds also pushing down trees as well in portions of the mountains. So we'll continue to get those reports in and let you know how everyone is doing. Wind alerts right now still in effect for us or in our counties until 6 o'clock into tonight. Still could see some breezes anywhere between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but nothing like we saw earlier on today. They are going to continue to die down. This is actually the wind gusts across the area, across all of the Carolinas right now. Along the coastline, you could see between 30 to 40 here in South Carolina, but for us in the Triad, between 25 to 30 is kind of the rule of thumb. 36 in Charlotte, 31 in Hickory, 30 there in Salisbury. And again, these will continue to die down these next several hours, especially heading into the night tonight and into the weekend. Wind gusts right now in our area, again, 34 right now in Salisbury, 29 in Greensboro. But let's just kind of compare that to what we had earlier on today. Anywhere between 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, even higher than that just to our west in Hickory, just around 52 miles per hour was the highest one recorded. 40 at the RDU airport, 43 here at the Greensboro airport, 47 in Winston-Salem and in Burlington. So that just kind of goes to show you how powerful this system was. I mean, it went for over a lot of land and it was still able to maintain some strength as it made its way across the area, not only as a tropical storm, but with its motion able to bring in gusts up to around 50 miles per hour here in the Triad. And this is what the futurecast looks like as that system continues to push toward the northwest. We may see some more clouds from this system as it continues to weaken over Tennessee heading into Saturday and into Sunday. Perhaps an isolated shower or two, but we're back into the middle and upper 70s and we're back seeing a little bit more sunshine. Here these next couple of hours, that threat of severe weather is going to start to diminish, as well as the threat for some isolated showers into the night tonight. For the most part, we are starting to clear out. We're starting to see the rain go away, and we're starting to see that those winds also that have picked up die down into tonight and especially by tomorrow. A couple of clouds possible into the day on Saturday with an isolated shower or two, but most of us should continue to stay dry into the day on Sunday. Again, isolated shower or two is going to be possible, but for the most part, we are going to stay dry, especially compared to what we've had these last several days. As for tropical impacts, flash flooding, again, not going to be quite as much of a concern here these next couple of hours. High winds, they are going to begin to die down into tonight. Still could be gusty at times between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but by tonight, starting to calm down, especially we're going to be seeing anywhere between 15 to 20, and by tonight, heading into 5 to 10 miles an hour, I would say is the range. Again, isolated tornado threat beginning to die down as well. Just still have that tornado watch in effect for northern counties. Power outages, obviously still a concern across our area and for much of western North Carolina. Rainfall yesterday in western North Carolina, take a look at this, almost at 6 inches, not even half an inch as for us here in the Triad, almost 4 inches in Columbia. A little less, than 4.5 in Macon, Georgia, and a little over 3.5 in Savannah, Georgia. Now let's add that to what we had today here in western portions of North Carolina. Almost 6 inches in Boone, almost 5 inches here in Greenville, South Carolina, and a little under 2.5 in Asheville. That's just a impressive historic amount of rain that has fallen in western portions of North Carolina, causing all sorts of problems. But for us here locally, we really haven't seen that much, especially in comparison to the mountains. Anywhere between half an inch to an inch here in Greensboro, Asheboro, Reedsville, a little under an inch and a half in Burlington due to a stronger storm that kind of went through the area. There in Boone, a little under 7 inches just for the day today. That can kind of show you just how much those amounts can range just from where you're situated when the tropical storm rolls through. If you're in one of those heavier bands, you can get between 6 to 8 inches of rain in such a short amount of time, compared to us in the outer bands that have a little bit more breaks in between those bands, and we were able to see a little bit less rainfall. So some things that you can take away: gusty winds can remain into this afternoon between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Heavy rain is mostly done. A couple of showers are still going to be possible these next few hours, so just make sure you have the raincoat in the back seat and you're also keeping an eye to the sky, and also stay alert for falling trees and also power outages. As for your weekend forecast, we're back deep in the 70s and lower 80s. Isolated shower chances are going to be possible, but we are starting to warm up. Finally, a picture of your 7-day forecast into next week. Middle and upper 70s, isolated shower chances, but feels pretty nice. Heading into Wednesday, though, starting to see clear skies. Middle and upper 70s, overnight lows finally falling back into the cool. Middle and upper 50s, lots of dry weather back in the forecast.
reliable sources such as local emergency management offices and the National Weather Service. With such significant rainfall, water levels and flooding in the North Carolina mountains can rapidly change and can create a substantial threat to life. Many counties in western North Carolina have ordered evacuations to save lives. It is imperative that all residents in evacuation zones please leave and move to a safer location. Please avoid traveling if at all possible, particularly in the mountains and foothills. If you must travel, please visit drivenc.gov to check roadway status. This website is updated regularly by the Department of Transportation. As of this morning, as the governor said, there are over 290 roadways that are closed in our state from impacts of both Helene as well as PTC 8 last week. I want to thank our partners in the North Carolina DOT for their continued hard work to block roadways to protect the public and for continuing to quickly clear roadways when it is safe to do so. Further, the DOT is advising North Carolinians in western North Carolina particularly to seek higher ground and shelter in place. And as the governor said, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Emergency personnel and rescuers should be the only ones on the roadways, as well as our infrastructure partners as we move into power restoration efforts. Do not drive through standing water. Do not drive around barricades and road closed signs. They are there to protect you and your families. There are currently 25 county and 43 municipal states of emergency declared. The State Emergency Response Team is supporting numerous shelter operations in western North Carolina communities. Additional personnel to assist with sheltering are being brought in from unimpacted areas of the state or from other states outside of North Carolina. 14 local shelters have been opened in multiple counties, and for updated shelter information, please visit readync.gov. Our partners in the North Carolina Office of EMS have deployed ambulance buses, additional EMS units, and additional medical personnel to assist in sheltering operations and to support healthcare facilities. This will also continue post-impact. There have been rescues made, and the response to swiftwater incidents is ongoing across the mountains as of this morning by members of our North Carolina first responder and search and rescue community. The North Carolina State Emergency Operations Center has deployed 30 swiftwater rescue teams and added additional swiftwater rescue teams from New York, Indiana, Illinois, Oklahoma, New Hampshire, Delaware, and Michigan. This is in addition to 5 urban search and rescue teams deployed to assist with any structural collapses that occur. FEMA has deployed 4 search and rescue teams, and we are requesting additional teams at this time, as well as some potential partnership with our colleagues in the U.S. Coast Guard. The North Carolina National Guard has deployed over 350 National Guardsmen and 131 vehicles to include high water vehicles and aviation assets to assist in the event, and are adding to those numbers throughout the day today. The logistics branch has assisted counties and response partners with deployment of meals, water, tarps, and other commodities and supplies. As we have continued to state, flooding may occur outside of areas that normally flood with the forecasted rainfall totals we are seeing. Please stay safe today. Check on your neighbors and those in your community who need assistance, and take protective actions when directed by local authorities to do so. During a disaster or major event, we are stronger together and make for more resilient communities. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to the dedicated and brave first responders and members of the emergency management community who are answering North Carolina's call and working to save lives in your communities across the state. Thank you. Governor.
Thank you, Director Ray. I've activated additional National Guard soldiers to help with this, and so I'm going to ask Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, for his update.
Thank you, Governor. And before I get started, I'm going to give a quick update on what the Guard is doing. But additionally, I want to thank the Guardians of the great state of North Carolina for answering the call. Thank them and their families during this time of crisis. Our current status or our footprint is we are located in the following cities. Asheville. We've been in Asheville for over a day now, providing support last night. Charlotte.
Hello, everybody. Wanted to give you guys a view of the current news that we do have a new tornado warning. I am on Max 1, just letting my directors know. This includes the cities of Danville, counties of Caswell, and in Pennsylvania. There is clear rotation here just to the north here of Pelham, continuing once again, mainly for western portions of Danville. We'll get a look at rotation and what that looks like right here just toward the south of Whitfield, just to the south here of the intersection of 58 and 29 is where we are kind of seeing that rotation. And this system is continuing to push toward the north right now, continuing to push north and also very quickly doing so anywhere between 20 to 25 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated storm that we're keeping an eye on, but for now this is a brand new warning right now for portions of Caswell County. So if you can get to your spot, if you're just north of Pelham, you're going to want to get to that safe spot as the storm continues to push north here. Just in the next couple of minutes, it will continue to push toward Danville as well, portions of that county, and will extend into portions of Virginia as well. Storm winds here, you can see obviously that clear rotation just toward the south here of Whitfield. This is all in association with that line of storms continuing to move across the area. As you can see, there's Danville as well, continuing with that warning and severe thunderstorm warnings, and even another tornado warning in portions of central North Carolina. Here's this warning right now. Lots of reflectivity, not only seeing rotation, but also seeing a lot of rainfall, heavy downpours with the system as it continues to push from Caswell into Pittsylvania County. Won't be in Caswell for too much longer. So for those of you folks that are maybe watching from Danville, make sure you are getting to your safe spot. If you are getting this warning, make sure that if you know someone, if your friends, if your family live in the area, you give them the message as well. Again, this is heading just toward the west of Danville, just to the north right now of Pelham. It's moving pretty fast, between 20 to 30 miles per hour, and it will continue to do so this morning. It's set to expire at around 2:45 for the city of Danville. Tim.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, we had plenty of tornado warnings earlier this morning, and now still watching a couple more starting to pop up across the state. For most of you watching in the Triad, most of our tornado threat is pretty much down to almost zero, but there are still a few storms, mostly in the north, that we are continuing to track. This one in particular for Pelham, as we said, you're in the clear now as it's just moving off to the north of you. City of Danville, this is pushing on the western side of the city. If we zoom in a little bit more, we can show you where it is. This warning goes until 2:45. We're not going to stay with it that whole time because it's going to continue to move up into southern Virginia. But for all of our viewers in Danville that watch us over the air or antenna, you can definitely see why we're concerned about this storm. It's kind of a big bowling ball shape, and when these are spaced out like that in a bowling ball manner, you can really get a good amount of rotation with it because it's moving on its own, and it can kind of get that spin that we look for in a tornado warning. As far as the velocity scans, how is it looking? Is there a rotation signature? There is. It's not the most we've ever seen, but there's certainly some spinning motion right here. Now it's pushing off to the north at a decent clip. It's pushing off pretty quickly. Let me get the latest speed from the National Weather Service on this. It does appear to be going off to the north at about 25 miles per hour. So if that continues, it's going to be pushing through Danville very, very quickly. And right now it's about to cross the highways there. So if we zoom in a little bit more, we can give you a couple roads. This is Highway 58, of course, the main road throughout the town. Highway 58, divided highway there. We have Highway 51. If there's a tornado, it's crossing right in these different areas, okay? And then moving off to the north. If we zoom out the view, I want to show you what else is going on across the region. So we're going to keep an eye on you too in Rockingham County. There's a couple storms here that, they're not rotating that much right now, but it's something worth keeping an eye on. In fact, I'd be a little concerned right here by Wentworth, just off to the west of Reedsville. You can see right there, there's a little bit of spinning going on in Rockingham County as well. So it might be that we come back to you a couple times here with a few more warnings throughout the afternoon. Bottom line, just continue to stay weather aware. For a lot of our Triad counties, the tornado watch was actually canceled earlier today. But for our northern counties, that threat does still remain until about 4 or 5 o'clock or so. On the wider view here, we're noticing mostly that a lot of our areas are just dried out. Apart from that tornado warning, we just have some different showers and storms kind of pushing about about the area. I'm going to turn off the alerts because they get in the way of telling the story here sometimes. But notice there's very much a lot of clear air. We've seen some sunshine in parts of the Piedmont this afternoon, but these pesky scattered showers could still cause a few problems, and that's what we're seeing. In fact, in other parts of North Carolina, we're getting word of some really bad tornadoes, especially near Rocky Mount this afternoon. We saw a lot of debris on radar over that way, but back here locally, this is what we're tracking for you in the Danville area and parts of Caswell County. This continues until about 2:45 is the latest warning on this, but let me go back to the latest view. We're watching this, of course, in real time, as we always do with you. The worst of the storm is going to be right here on Highway 51 on the west side of town. So we're going to look at the latest scans here, see if it's continuing to spin up a little bit. Looks like it is. There's still plenty of rotation over that way. I am going to continue to check our cameras here. And Claire, if you can, while I'm finishing up here, if you want to look at our Danville camera, see what that might be showing, and maybe we could pop that up once we toss it over to you. Here's the storm. It's just continuing to push off to the north. So if you're in the city of Danville, make sure you're kind of in that safe spot right now, especially on the western side of the city. In Caswell County, the warning has been clipped to be away from you, which means you're no longer in the warning. So right now, Caswell County has been trimmed out of the warning, which is good news. But we are going to continue to watch Rockingham County here. A little bit of rotation is popping right here near Wentworth. So if you're on that side of Wentworth, right on the south side of town, we would want to continue to watch you. And it's going to keep on moving off to the north, pretty much toward Eden over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So be safe out there. If you're seeing any clouds that look a little on the spooky side, trust your judgment, okay? I would stay inside in Rockingham right now, and we'll watch those two storms for you. Claire, are you seeing anything different from our partners at the National Weather Service, or anything else you want to share with us?
Yep, I actually have the view right now in Danville, and it definitely looks spooky here with these very low-level clouds here that, you know, they don't take much. When you have rotation, you have a downdraft, able to get that tornado to the ground. Just look at how spooky this looks right now in Danville. Very fast-moving clouds as well. You don't know if you can see it on the screen, but these clouds are moving fairly quickly to the north, and you could see these dark clouds and just how low they are to the ground. This storm is obviously moving through. It is a very, very serious storm, obviously, and this is something to take seriously also into the next several hours. So we'll be keeping an eye on this cell as well as the other cell there in Rockingham County. Still seeing a lot of gray clouds though across the area in Danville, moving across Highway 51. Looks very spooky looking with these tropical clouds moving through the area. Lots and lots of moisture still making their way through the area, including there in Rockingham County. So we'll be keeping eyes on those cells and obviously on this system itself here for the next couple of hours, Tim.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, we're going to keep this shot up a little bit because it looks, really tells the story a lot better than we can with our radar right now. So again, if you're in the city of Danville, a lot of our News 2 viewers are. We certainly have a lot to look at. And I'm going to look pretty closely here just off to the side. So we have these really, really low dark clouds right now. We're not finding anything in the way of rotation, or certainly we're not seeing a tornado with our own eyes right here. But what we are noticing is that this storm is spinning up pretty good. And actually, those clouds are moving quite quickly. So this is worth watching as we look at this storm looking off to the west. You're looking right over the Dan River. This is where that tornado warning is, just across the Virginia border. So if you're in the city of Danville, just be in that safe spot for another probably 5 minutes is all that you need to do. This warning does continue until 2:45, but it's really for mostly Pittsylvania County at that point. The storm is just about to pass over Highway 51, and we'll let this go only about a couple more minutes, and then we'll kind of return you to programming unless there's anything else that pops up. The other storm that I'm a little concerned about would be over here in Rockingham County. So there are a couple of different smaller storms. And again, I'm going to turn off the alerts because I think they get in the way sometimes. There are three little cells that we're watching in Rockingham. We have Ruffin right over here. We've got another one just here in between Ruffin and Eden, and this one just north of Wentworth. This is the one that's been spinning around probably the most over the last little bit. So if we kind of take a better look at it on velocity scan, there is still pretty good rotation. And honestly, the way they've been warning storms today, I kind of expect that they'll put a tornado warning on this one next. So we're just kind of watching right now where we have no power whatsoever to issue or cancel any tornado warnings. We are the messengers here for the experts at the Weather Service for sure. But this is something that concerns me. There is rotation in Rockingham County as well, just to the north of Wentworth, pushing up. If it stays on the current track, it would pass just barely to the east of Eden, I would say. If we kind of step back in time ever so slightly, actually these are moving north-northeast, okay? So the path on this would take it a little bit to the north and a little bit to the east of Eden. It would be moving toward the Virginia border, closer to Sandy Level. That's kind of the direction on this storm system. It's just kind of pushing off like this with that storm rotation. So again, no warning on that right now. We'll see if that changes, but as of right now, we're not really seeing that in that particular case. Back up to Danville we go. We do have tornado warning continuing. This is for the western edge of the city of Danville. But again, not really finding anything else out from our Weather Service partners. So right now, we're just kind of staying the course, and we're not seeing anything all that concerning when it comes to damage. One more thing before we do anything else, I want to make sure to see if we're able to confirm any damage. And sometimes we're able to do that with our radar, sometimes not. But right now, it doesn't appear that there's much of a drop on this image of any debris that would be lofted into the air. So we can't confirm any tornadoes, which is good, of course. We're here, we're on the ready, we're watching for you. But as of right now, this storm is pushing out of the city of Danville. It's moving out of our News 2 coverage area and into southern Virginia. So unless anything else changes here, we're going to let you go back to your regular scheduled programming. But again, we're watching, we're on standby, and certainly be cautious out there the rest of the day today. Most of us in the Triad, our tornado threat has kind of dwindled by a whole lot, but we'll still keep an eye on things through the rest of the afternoon. Make sure you're staying safe out there.
The forecasted rainfall totals we are seeing. Please stay safe today. Check on your neighbors and those in your community who need assistance, and take protective actions when directed by local authorities to do so. During a disaster or major event, we are stronger together and make for more resilient communities. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to the dedicated and brave first responders and members of the emergency management community who are answering North Carolina's call and working to save lives in your communities across the state. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Director Ray. I've activated additional National Guard soldiers to help with this, and so I'm going to ask Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, for his update.
Thank you, Governor. And before I get started, I'm going to give a quick update on what the Guard is doing. But additionally, I want to thank the guardians of the great state of North Carolina for answering the call. Thank them and their families during this time of crisis. Our current status, or our footprint, is we are located in the following cities. Asheville. We've been in Asheville for over a day now, providing support last night. Charlotte, Morganton, Concord. With additional units we have in Burlington, Greensboro, and Rockingham. Those units are ready to move forward when the weather permits. Like was previously mentioned, we have 385 soldiers and airmen on duty with 131 vehicles. We have 13 aircraft ready to deploy when the weather breaks, and we also have some additional support, if required, from other states, Maryland and Connecticut. Our vehicles that we have right now are mainly high water type vehicles and palletized vehicles who can produce commodities and bring commodities to the affected areas. We are also going to augment forestry with some chainsaw and debris removal teams as we move throughout the storm. Again, I want to thank our guardsmen and their families for protecting this great state, and just have your prayers with those individuals that are out there today. Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you, General Hunt. There are a lot of people out there working today. We know that families are still in danger. People at this emergency operations center will be working until we get through this thing. We'll take questions now. If you guys can move to the mics over here if anybody wants to ask one.
Laura Leslie, WRAL. A question for the DOT about the extent of road closures, outages, and how is 40 looking out west, for example, and what are the major trouble spots for transportation?
We have 290 roads closed right now, but more of them are closing as we speak, particularly in western North Carolina. But Mr. Peoples, I'll let you come forward.
Thank you, Governor. So right now we know of at least 4 spots on I-40 that are the roadways closed. The top of Old Fort Mountain, we have a slide that's covered all 4 lanes, so the road's closed there. There's also high water in locations at several other spots on I-40. I-26 is also flooded at 2 locations, mile marker 55 and mile marker 38. US 74 at I-40 is completely underwater. So there's many other locations, and this is a rapidly changing circumstance. So again, I'd just like to echo, if you don't have to drive, please don't.
Emergency management officials continue our response to this dangerous storm, particularly in the western part of our state. The priority now is saving lives. Helene is causing life-threatening flash flooding, numerous landslides, and downed trees causing power outages. Flooding will continue through the weekend in some areas and may even occur in areas that don't typically flood. With the rain that they had already been experiencing before Helene's arrival, this is one of the worst storms in modern history for parts of western North Carolina. The end of the rain is not the end of the threat. This fierce storm will move out of our state in the next 24 hours, but the danger will not be over. Tropical storm force winds that border on hurricane strength are happening right now across western North Carolina. Trees are falling, causing widespread power outages. As of this morning, there are over 879,000 estimated power outages across our state. We're also currently aware of 290 closed roads. For the people in western North Carolina, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Because conditions are continuing to worsen, people in western North Carolina should consider all roads closed unless you are seeking higher ground. For much of our state, there's also the continued potential for tornadoes with the storm system. They can quickly spin up with a little warning. I urge people to stay informed, listen to local radio, TV, and local emergency response officials. Sadly, our hearts are heavy as we report 2 deaths, one in Catawba County due to a motor vehicle collision on a flooded roadway, and one in Charlotte due to a tree falling on a home. There will be more as we know this storm is continuing across our state. We are working to try to prevent as many as we possibly can. And in all parts of our state where there is flooding, remember, do not drive through floodwaters. As I've said so many times, we've lost too many North Carolinians who've driven into floodwaters. So turn around, don't drown. The state emergency response team's efforts will continue to work with local officials and support impacted communities today and throughout the weekend. Our state search and rescue teams are being assisted from teams from more than a dozen other states, and I'm deeply grateful for their work to save lives. Currently, we are aware of over 100 swiftwater rescues since the beginning of this event, but we know there will be many more. Our emergency management team here and in counties across the state are continuing to deploy resources strategically to save lives and to strengthen the response for counties and cities. Numerous evacuations have been ordered in areas likely to flood. If you're told to evacuate, please get out of the danger zone. There are about 15 shelters available and more will be added. Keep yourself informed as we bear the brunt of the storm to protect yourself and your families. We know North Carolinians are strong, and our first responders are the best in the nation. I'm thankful for their hard work and for risking their lives to protect all North Carolinians. Today I'm joined by Emergency Management Director Will Ray, our Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, Chief Operating Officer of the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Chris Peoples, the Commander of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, Colonel Freddie Johnson, FEMA Field Coordinating Officer, Craig Levy. Our sign language interpreters are Brian Tipton, and behind the scenes, our Spanish language interpreters are Yasmin Mativia and Erica Kugler. At this time, I'll ask Director Ray for his update. Will?
Thank you, Governor Cooper, and good morning, everyone. North Carolina is currently experiencing the impacts of Helene, which will continue into Saturday. As we said yesterday, North Carolinians should remain informed, have a plan in place to protect your family, and should take this storm seriously. The State Emergency Response Team remains fully activated today, and our operational priority continues to be on supporting our impacted local jurisdictions across the state. We continue to have our public sector, private sector, nonprofits, and volunteer agencies here at the EOC and working in communities across the state. Since yesterday, we have seen life-threatening flash flooding, landslides, and downed trees, primarily across the foothills and mountains of North Carolina. Areas of our state, particularly in the west, have seen immense rainfall totals already. As we go into this afternoon, we will continue to see rainfall across the state, with weather conditions improving over the course of the afternoon and evening. There remains a severe weather threat to central and eastern North Carolina, where tornadoes and heavy downpours are expected. For those that are in flood-prone areas, please make sure you are informed, that you have a plan of action to quickly evacuate if necessary, and that you are receiving information from reliable sources such as local emergency management offices and the National Weather Service. With such significant rainfall, water levels and flooding in the North Carolina mountains can rapidly change and can create a substantial threat to life. Many counties in western North Carolina have ordered evacuations to save lives. It is imperative that all residents in evacuation zones please leave and move to a safer location. Please avoid traveling if at all possible, particularly in the mountains and foothills. If you must travel, please visit drivenc.gov to check roadway status. This website is updated regularly by the Department of Transportation. As of this morning, as the governor said, there are over 290 roadways that are closed in our state from impacts of both Helene as well as PTC 8 last week. I want to thank our partners in the North Carolina DOT for their continued hard work to block roadways to protect the public and for continuing to quickly clear roadways when it is safe to do so. Further, the DOT is advising North Carolinians in western North Carolina particularly to seek higher ground and shelter in place. And as the governor said, do not travel unless there is an emergency. Emergency personnel and rescuers should be the only ones on the roadways, as well as our infrastructure partners as we move into power restoration efforts. Do not drive through standing water. Do not drive around barricades and road closed signs. They are there to protect you and your families. There are currently 25 county and 43 municipal states of emergency declared. The State Emergency Response Team is supporting numerous shelter operations in western North Carolina communities. Additional personnel to assist with sheltering are being brought in from unimpacted areas of the state or from other states outside of North Carolina. 14 local
could see an isolated tornado or
Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley back with you again as we've done multiple times today, bringing you some more critical weather information. We have a new tornado warning. This has just popped up within the last couple of minutes. What we've been watching behind the scenes is a storm that was growing throughout parts of Guilford County, spinning a little bit near Oak Ridge, then up to Stokesdale. Now it's moving into Rockingham County. So this is a new warning here for Rockingham County. It's on the south side of the county, which means we have a long ways to track it as it goes up to 20 over the next little bit. Time on this goes all the way up to 3:30 in the afternoon. Not worried about hail. This is all about a tornado possibility. Now let's take a look at this. Again, we're in Rockingham here in our News 2 viewing area. We're looking here at the major roadways, of course. You know this spot if you travel from Guilford County up toward Virginia. This is 220 that takes you all the way up to the border and eventually up to Roanoke. Here's Mayodan, here's Madison, and if we zoom in a little bit closer, we'll get some more detail on this for you. But one of the things I don't like about this storm is that it's off on its own. So what I mean by that, you notice how there's nothing else around it. It's all by itself. We call that a discrete cell or a discrete storm. What that means is that it's not tied up against a line. Usually a line of thunderstorms can kind of hold together their shape and their structure, whereas if you just have a little dot on the map, they can start to kind of move however they'd like to. And in this case, the way the atmosphere is today, it's wanting to try and spin, and it's successfully doing so right now. We don't have any confirmation of this on the ground. We're going to be making some calls and doing what we can to figure out for you if there's anything spotted in this area or what we can find out for parts of southern Rockingham. But just to give you some bearings here, this is right where 68 hooks right up with, I wanted to call it Battleground. It's 220, of course, but it turns into Battleground in Guilford. There's Highway 65 here. Very heavy rainfall along this stretch. And if we track it just to the northward, this would be where you'd be worried about some rotation. Not far from Ellisboro Road and 220, of course. And then eventually you come up toward Madison, where you, of course, have the big exit there. You've got Highway 704. That's in the path of the storm. So we've showed you a little bit about where the storm is. Where is it going? Well, if we put a little loop on this, let's talk about where is the storm going. These are moving really quickly today, and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. They've changed speeds a little bit throughout the day today, but the Weather Service is saying that this tornado is, of course, going until 3:30, but it's moving northward at about 30 miles per hour. We're going to say it's moving a little faster than that, just to be on the safe side. Let's give you some estimates. So if it holds its current speed, it would be right there in Madison and Mayodan, only within minutes. So if you're in Madison, if you're in Mayodan, you don't have time to wait. You want to get to a safe spot right now in these areas. Stoneville, it would be waiting a little bit closer to about 3:10, and then Price, Virginia, around 3:15. Rockingham County, the airport up there near Stoneville, that would be around 3:05 as well. Again, we're overestimating the speed on that just a little bit to be on the safe side, but make sure you get to a safe spot in those locations. So if you're just joining us, this storm is really pushing up toward Madison and Mayodan. We do have a lot of rotation on this thing. We just saw a storm up by Danville, Virginia. It wasn't producing a tornado in the city, but just as it got past it, it did kick up a tornado. There was some damage spotted on radar. That's not here, of course, but this is the same kind of environment. So we do have concern that not only is it a tornado warning, but it could produce a tornado that touches down, causes damage, and is a big problem. Again, we're in Rockingham here. This storm is pushing off to the north at least 30 to 40 miles per hour. If you're in Eden, hold, watch carefully, be cautious. If you're in Reedsville, you have nothing to worry about. So a lot of times with these warnings, they buzz the whole county. Ruffin, Reedsville, Wentworth, you're fine. Eden, keep watching. Madison, Mayodan, you're under the gun. Get to a safe spot. Now, it's really right over the Bethany community as far as I can tell, if we zoom in a little bit closer. So right along Highway 61, 220. We're going to follow this thing northward just a little bit to give you some more roads. Again, Highway 311, Madison and Mayodan, and then farther up to the north, this would be affecting Stoneville if it holds together that far. So this is what we're tracking for you right now. I'm going to switch modes here. We showed this to you last night. We were able to confirm some debris on the newscast for you. This is a different mode of the radar. What it does is it actually looks in the sky to try and see, okay, are these raindrops or are they other stuff? And if it sees other stuff, that can be a lot of different things. But if we match that up to a tornado spot, then we could assume, okay, there's damage in the air, maybe trees, fences, whatever may be. That's what we're watching for. And right now we're not seeing any sign of that. That's good news. But if we saw a big yellow dot or a big blue ball, that would have us really concerned about damage happening on the ground. So right now this is just a tornado warning for Rockingham County. It is moving steadily to the north. If you're watching elsewhere and you're wondering, well, what about me? I remember they canceled the tornado watch, right, in other parts of the area. That's true. They did do that farther south, but we'll still keep an eye on some storms popping in Randolph County and Alamance County right now. They're pretty small right now, but that's kind of how it starts sometimes. Over in Mount Airy, there's also another storm. This one is also rotating ever so slightly, but not as impressively, so we're not that worried about that one. So just to recap, tornado warning for Rockingham County. We're going to be with you a little bit here. This goes until 3:30 unless something changes, but right now it looks, if anything, it might be getting a little bit stronger rather than weaker, so we certainly think that this is a storm. And in fact, I'm not liking what I'm seeing at all. This is bad. So right now we're seeing much stronger rotation than we did just a little bit ago. It seems that if anything, this is a strengthening possible tornado here in Rockingham County. So we're looking at the rotation right about here. This storm is getting stronger. It's rotating just like that on the east side of 220. It just kind of crossed that highway where it merges with 68 and it splits off. You take the one way to go down to the airport, you take the other way to go down to Greensboro. This is the spot that we're watching. It is moving steadily off to the north now, so it's kind of moved off course of 220. And where's it going to go next? Well, it's going to cross Highway 704 would be the next one. Some small neighborhood streets. We're looking at Gold Hill Road, Bald Hill Loop, Throckmorton Road, Bear Road, and like I said, Bald Hill Loop. That is all going towards 704 on the outskirts of Madison and the outskirts of Madan. Certainly concerning to see what we're seeing on radar right now. Picking up some velocity scans of about 70 miles per hour using our radar here at the station. So concerned about that. That's not what we want to see. We're going to keep an eye on the radar here to see if there's any debris that starts to show up. But right now we're still just watching and waiting. But we've been watching this behind the scenes throughout the course of the day. I'm here with meteorologist Claire Fry, who's been tracking ever since the morning show, along with Christian Morgan earlier. Claire, you're watching this here with me. Are you seeing anything else? You hearing anything else, whether it be social media or with the National Weather Service? What else you want to add?
Well, I haven't seen anything else, unfortunately, with viewers or with the National Weather Service partners yet. Although, you know what? You are correct. This is definitely strengthening. And of course, we're keeping a very close eye on it. There's a lot of other storms, too, all in association with Helene across North Carolina. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern portions of North Carolina. But for us here in the Triad, even a couple just to our north that just moved past Danville just in the past 30 minutes or so. Let's zoom in a little bit here just on Rockingham County, where we've been tracking this tornado warning here for the past couple of minutes. This is going to last here for the next 25 minutes or so, and that is just if they choose not to extend it. We'll take a look at the velocity scan once again. Yep, that is a lot of rotation right where you could see the red meet the green right here just to the east of 220 and also south of 704. This is where we're seeing that rotation. Let me see if I can call out a couple of roads where the red meets the green. This is where that rotation is here in Rockingham County. If you are in the alert and you've gotten that alert, make sure you get to your safe spot. That's interior room, away from the glass walls, glass windows, anything to make sure you're staying safe and away from flying debris possibly. This is Sharp Road. This is Low Road, Gold Hill Road, Foxwood Road, Heel Road, Washburn Road. These are all right off of the highway of 220 and 704, the intersection, and it's continuing to push north at around 25 miles per hour at the very least. This is a very, very quick moving system, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is moving even a little bit quicker than that. We can look at the CC to see if we're seeing anything on the ground. As of right now, not any really visible signs to me using the debris tracker that we're seeing something on the ground. That doesn't necessarily mean that something isn't on the ground, but for now, just know that this system is radar indicated and we're going to continue to take it seriously. We also use another tool we like to call the rotation tracker, just to kind of see how rotation is being tracked and if it's strong or weak. And this kind of pops up different hues of blues and purples across the area. You could see navy blue and a little bit of light blue to kind of illustrate that we are seeing the rotation there, and it's also being illustrated here in that tool that we like to use. So let's go back here and see if we can look at the latest scan here. This is moving just to the north, just toward the southeast of Mayodan. I know we were talking about that city earlier. It's continuing to push north, and it's doing so very quickly, so you don't have that long to get to your safe place wherever you may be. Continuing to push north, and that rotation, very significant as it may be, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually does end up making a touchdown. Tim.
Yeah, Claire, we're certainly concerned about it right now. The rotation does appear to be getting a little bit stronger. I was just looking at a video from a friend up in Rockingham County. It appears that he's tracking the storm for us up there too. You can see how this is rotating quite a bit. It is moving north-northeast, right? So it's not moving due north, it's moving a little bit more north-northeast. So Stoneville's right here. If anything, it's gonna pass just a little bit onto the right-hand side of Stoneville, headed up toward the Rockingham County Airport up that way. Look like Stoneville High School would be in the path of that system. But there's certainly a lot of rotation that we're tracking right now, and it's getting closer and closer to 704. So this is kind of the spot you want to be looking at here, is that rotation is really spinning a lot right now, just on this side of Madison. Again, Madison and Mayodan, you're over here. The storm has decided to push off just to the east of you, well, which is good news for you, but really watching very, very carefully as it continues to push all that way. So a lot going on here in this part of the county. No confirmations of touchdowns just yet, but boy, we're watching close at this time. So we're going to leave this on a loop for you. Let's put a couple more ETAs on the screen here. If anything, hopefully we can get this thing to weaken a little bit, but it's definitely concerning. So a couple of spots that might be in the path of this storm. Stoneville proper, right by about 10 minutes from now. We got a couple churches on here, points of interest for you, maybe Deep Springs Baptist, Providence Baptist. Got a lot of those up here as well. The airport, as we said, that's what it means by Shiloh. Shiloh Airport would be about 3:15, and this is moving up to the north and to the east, just barely north of east, okay? That's what we're looking at. So we are seeing some rotation in the storm. No confirmation of a tornado just yet. We're going to watch this really carefully on our debris tracker just to see if anything is in the air. And it seems so far so good in that regard. We want it to stay that way. But the storm is out on its own. It's kind of moving in its own direction. If you're watching from Eden, hold your position. Keep watching it, but from Eden right now, this thing does look like it'll pass just to your west. If you're in Ridgeway, Virginia, and you're watching from up there, it looks to be moving exactly in your direction. Reedsville, you're absolutely clear of this storm. So is Ruffin, so is Wentworth. You're all clear from this part of the warning. And in fact, pretty soon what they like to do is about halfway through the warning, they'll kind of trim it up and cut some spots out. Anywhere south of this point right now is clear from this particular tornado warning. So we're watching very carefully, of course, that storm. There are a couple others in the Burlington area. I'm going to pop up our Greensboro camera. I know it's pretty far away, but it's always worth a look as you go off to the north. It's funny that it's turned into a pretty nice day in a lot of spots. In fact, Greensboro, we have bright sunshine. The storm just about 20-25 miles up the road right now. This is all in relation to Hurricane Helene, which currently continues to just wreak havoc. We're hearing horrible reports from the western part of the state. Just so many roads washed away. We don't even know the impact of the storm out there so far because it seems like the communication is really tough to do at the moment. So we've had some reports, we've had some pictures, but it's really bad out there. For our purposes here locally, we're still dealing with a bit of a tornado threat, and that is pesky to the northern parts of our area for sure, right along the Virginia border. It seems like that's where they're able to get a little better organized. We've seen a couple different tornado warnings for southern Virginia, even a warning at one point that turned into an actual tornado on the ground, and now we have this latest one for Rockingham. So not going to waste any more time. We'll get back to this warning for you, and then we'll toss it back over to Claire for some more analysis in just a second. But if you're in Stoneville, again, it's coming closer to you. We're seeing this take on a really nasty shape. Sometimes if you really want to get technical about it, you'll notice how you can see almost a donut looking shape here with a little weaker dot. We call that a bounded weak ecoregion. Don't need to know what that means, but that is something that you don't always want to see when it comes to a tornado. All that it means is that there might be some organization here, and it's getting a little bit better organized. It has a strong structure to it, and it's certainly not something you want to mess with. So I'll click the velocity scan, then we're going to toss it over to Claire. Right now, the latest rotation does have it just passing over Highway 704. So we're done with 704 at this point. The next up, we're going to be looking at Highway 311 near Madison and Mayodan, popular area, of course. I think that's where a lot of businesses are. So we're going to be watching that very carefully. Still very strong velocity at about 60, 70 miles per hour at last check. Yeah, about 60, 70. So this is a strong system. Claire, we'll send it over to you for any more information.
Yeah, of course. And you know what? I kind of have my maps open right now just to see what kind of businesses are over there. And I'm taking kind of a quicker look. And of course, it just did pass the 704 region right near the Hogan's Creek here, right near Mosley Loop. If you hear me call out these street names, make sure you are in your safe place. Again, Hogan's Creek is where we're seeing this tornado warning. Going to pass the Dan River, then continue to push north or around northeast. Again, right near the Dan River campground, continuing to push toward 135. Let me see what other places I can find. Misty Creek, Mobile Home Park, Warriors Assisted Living. If you hear any of these things that sound familiar, this is where this rotation is here as of right now. And it has strengthened quite substantially here just in the last 15 to 20 minutes. We can see that here. Very, very tight rotation here. As you can see, inbound and outbound velocity. This is just how closely the rotation is right there, counterclockwise, moving right now over 704. Very quick moving system as well. I wouldn't be surprised if this continues to be extended at least until around 3:45. If this is put into a new cone that goes into Virginia, just from how tight this rotation is. Let's do a quick look at correlation coefficient to see if we could see any debris. The good news is I'm still not seeing any debris across the area. So that means that we may not even have a tornado on the ground, which would be great news. Looks like the tornado warning was just updated to include a little smaller portion of Rockingham County. It's still until around 3:30, but there's still a lot of rotation in it and very heavy downpours. This is kind of where we're seeing that rotation right here, and it's continuing to push north around 30 miles per hour. It's moving very quickly. So let's kind of look at who is in the way of this storm for right now from that rotation. And we'll go headed right towards Stoneville just within the next couple minutes. So right here around 3:15, Deep Springs Baptist Church, 3:17, just in a matter of a couple minutes, Rockingham County NC Shiloh, or coming up on 3:20, Stone Junior Senior High, Stoneville, here coming up at 3:20, 3:25, Matthews Chapel United Methodist Church. Any of these that you may know, this is where you are seeing this tornado warning in the next 10 to 15 minutes as we continue to track this warning across Rockingham County. Again, this is until around 3:30 this evening, so we have around 15 more minutes, and the rotation is still pretty tight with this storm. It's been tight these past couple of minutes. I think it's going to stay tight for just a little bit. This is where the rotation is for right now. Continuing to keep eyes on it. Lots and lots of heavy downpours, rotation with this system, all in association with Tropical Storm Helene. That is now a tropical depression, bringing in lots of warnings across the area, mainly a lot of flash flooding warnings, because in heavier bands, you're able to see a lot of rainfall in such a short amount of time, especially for those in western North Carolina. But also, if you're in that right front quadrant, you have the hurricane, or in our case, tropical storm winds, plus the actual forward motion of the storm itself to factor into the equation, and you get a lot of ingredients that are easy to make tornadoes. Hence why we've had several warnings throughout the day today, including this one right now in Rockingham County. Tim, I wanted to toss it to you to see if you had any more updates.
Claire, we're kind of in the no news is good news part right now, where we're just kind of watching and waiting for any reports. A lot of people live in this area. A lot of people traffic this area throughout a normal day. Of course, today is far from a normal day. We've had school closures, a lot of people hanging out at home, but the sun's been coming out. People want to venture out, and so I think this might be really disruptive and dangerous for a lot of people. At last check, there were about 4,000 people without power in Rockingham County, but I can't say when that happened. That probably was from earlier today, and not so much from this storm. We are getting some reports that no one has confirmed the tornado just yet, which is good. We're still seeing how it looks really, really bad on radar. In fact, to me, it continues to look worse. Look how strong that is. And I don't expect you to read that and know what you're looking at. That's what I'm here for. But what I'm saying is I think it looks bad. And this is why. You have the motion just like this, okay? Very strong direction going this way, very strong direction going that way. Now, having said that, this is a pretty sparsely popular side of the highway. Over here, not so much. I was just looking on the map here, mostly forested area just north of Highway 704, but it is looking to be pretty close to Dan River Campground, Deep Springs Country Club right in this area as well. And then you have the Rockingham County Airport right up about here. So we might get some very interesting observations from the Rockingham County Shiloh Airport up there in the Stoneville area, but that's what we're looking at. So this is that spot of Madison and Mayodan here. You have the Walmart over here, a lot of businesses in that general direction. This is moving away from that. So it's moving away from that highway and it continues to push like this. Don't look at the red box right now. The red box makes no sense. Okay, it makes it look like it's going that way. It's not, it's going this way. They trimmed it off and it's a little deceiving right now. So let's put some motion arrows on it for you so you can clearly see which direction it is going. We're starting here, we're going up like this. Again, it's not going to hit Eden. It's gonna pass just out to the west of you. If you're on the west side of town in Eden, you gotta be careful. 320, this would be the Rockingham County Airport. As we said, some more churches popping up here on our locators, points of interest as well. Still trying to get some confirmation from folks from the National Weather Service. They do say, hey, this still looks like it could be a nasty tornado, showing a strong rotation signature, but no reports just yet of eyes on the ground or damage. That's the way we want to keep it. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Again, this is going to be where it passes very shortly. 311 in Roberts Cemetery Road, Settlebridge Road, Carter Dairy Road, Whitestone Creek Road, and Titanberry Road as well. Highway 770, it will cross your area as well, and then it'll move up toward the Virginia border. Again, some more ETAs here. We'll try and tighten it up a little bit. That's a more precise path for the storm. Providence Baptist Church, it's almost right up on the airport right now as well. So we'll see if we can get some readings from there on how strong the wind might be. But again, this is a fairly low populated slice of Rockingham County, Stoneville right over here. Obviously, you know a thing or two about tornadoes in Stoneville. We never like to see when that's the case up that way, considering the storm history in that part of the county. Elsewhere, what's going on? Well, not that much. Thankfully, this is about the only show in town right now. We do have a couple more little storms popping up in Caswell and in Alamance counties, but that's about it. So hopefully this will be the last one of the day, but we've said that a couple of times so far today, and it's kept us pretty busy for sure. Hoping and praying you're staying safe in this part of Rockingham County between Mayodan and Eden and Madison. This is the spot you got to be taking shelter from. It is moving up northward. It'll be at the Virginia border pretty shortly, only about 10 minutes or so from crossing over into Virginia. We're about 7 or 8 miles away from that, and the storm is moving at about 40 miles per hour roughly right now. We're going to do our due diligence to keep on checking up on our debris, see if we're missing anything or not, and no, doesn't look like it. So far so good, no confirmations whatsoever. Just to kind of reset, if you're watching news too and you're saying, well, what's going on today? I thought the storms were all done. You're pretty much right. Mostly that has been the case. The hurricane curved up and curled away toward Tennessee, causing terrible flooding out in western North Carolina with really high winds. Believe it or not, there are over 800,000 people without power across North Carolina, over 1 million in South Carolina at one point as well. This has been a really bad storm for those parts of the area. We've been pretty lucky here locally that our winds were fairly manageable. A lot of people kept the lights on. Our friends and neighbors in the foothills have had a really tough time. They're going to continue to see some really bad flooding out that way on the Yadkin River. Here locally, we're just looking at scattered showers right now. Most of them are weak, but a couple of them, like this downpour right up in Rockingham County, have caused tornado warnings to pop up. And the reason that we're worried is that we're seeing these storms just kind of spinning all over. And when they spin like that, that's how you can form a tornado on a day like today. And it's pretty common with a tropical system. It gives you so much humidity. You step outside today, your glasses fog up. When you have all that humidity at the surface, it can create some rapidly rising air, and you can create a tornado without that much trouble. Also, the clouds are a lot closer to the ground than usual, so a funnel cloud has a much easier time of reaching the ground than it would otherwise because of all that humidity. Stoneville, this storm is passing just off to the east of you right now. Eden, you still think you're in the clear, but as long as you're in the city itself, if you're off a little bit to the west, this is coming really close to you, so you got to be careful. Make sure you're in a safe spot, away from windows, lowest level of your home, all the things that we tend to recommend. This is still showing a very strong tornado signature. The storm is passing in between Eden and Stoneville. It's right over the Rockingham County Airport right now. I'm going to look to see if we can get an observation from there. At last check, they were having trouble reporting Of course, this is the way it works, Murphy's Law, right? But at last check, there wasn't too much to report. In fact, they haven't reported in several hours. So earlier today, there was a sensor issue, maybe a power outage too, at the airport, and so we're not going to get any data. Horrible misfortune where the tornado going overhead. We're not going to get that data. But again, we'll see how it goes. It's moving off to the north still, a possible tornado. Hopefully it can weaken a little bit, but so far it's still looking really tough in Rockingham County right now. Claire, I'm looking at storm reports and I'm not seeing anything really other than we're just kind of watching and waiting right now. But the radar, sometimes on a day like today, you're saying, gosh, there's not much of a signature. There's a strong one with this one. So it's a good warning to be sure. It makes a lot of sense to me.
You know, before this warning was even issued, Tim and I were sitting down here in the studio just, sort of waiting on the warning because we saw how tight the signature was getting. And, this just goes to show how tight it can get and how quickly it can become very twisty. So this is that tornado warning until around 3:30 here, continuing in Rockingham with a little bit of hail. I was actually doing a little bit of research to see what small businesses or places you may know around this area would be impacted. Again, Tim Buckley mentioned the Rockingham County, Shiloh Airport. I also wanted to mention the Deep Springs Country Club. This is going to continue to move to the east of Stoneville. Again, you can see that right here. It's moving right now, and it's moving very, very quickly, so you don't have that much time to get in position. So if you are in the cone or perhaps just to the north or to the northeast, maybe get in position. Maybe not so much if you're in Eden. I'd say you're in the clear, but again, as Tim was saying, this is kind of deceiving. It is going to be pushing to the north and to the northeast here, kind of toward 87 if it is able to hold on to that strength and continue to push north at that same speed. So some other things that we are looking at, again, this is kind of near Whispering Pines, Two Brothers Food Market, Stoneville Lumber, the Amazing Grace Baptist Church. Anything that I'm saying out loud right now is possibly in this danger, and it's definitely within the cone and in this box. So make sure if you have friends in that area or you live in the area, make sure you are hunkered down and also ready to go. If you keep going on that direction, again, Floyd Baptist Church, continuing to push northeast. Yeah, this has a very strong signature, and it continues to have one. I can see this morning also continuing to be continued, I should say, for the next several bit. This is that rotation that has been tight and continues to stay tight for the next several minutes here. Again, this is just to the southeast of Stoneville. Here in just a couple minutes, beginning to pass 311 and eventually 770 as it pushes toward the northeast. So perhaps you're on the highway heading between Stoneville and Eden or Harrison's Crossroads. Make sure you get in a good spot. Again, maybe that's finding a sturdy building, finding somewhere to park your car, or if you are on the road and you see the tornado, getting in a safe spot, whatever you may be doing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the debris tracker once again. Okay, this is good news. Again, I'm not seeing much right there showing up on that, and I don't see any updates right now with the National Weather Service partners. They're just saying that, the storm is still showing strong rotation, which it is, and it has been doing that throughout its course here. Maybe a little bit weakened here, heading over 311 and into 770 just in the last scan or two, and we get scans after every 90 seconds or so, so sometimes we do have to wait a little bit for those. I can take a look at the live radar to make sure that reflectivity kind of aligns with that. Yeah, a little bit, but I think it is starting to weaken, which is a very good sign, and we'll continue to keep you updated with that. Let's kind of zoom out to the broad view across our area. Again, this is all in association with what is now Depression Helene, with those outer bands we saw earlier, bringing in gusty winds between 40 to 50 miles per hour. Heavy rain for us, more so for western North Carolina, but for us, several inches of rain over the past 48 hours. And we've been watching this all morning long, and some of these rogue isolated showers are able to get a little bit twisty and trigger some of these tornado warnings, hence why we have this one right now in Rockingham County. So let's do one last look at this, and then I'm going to toss it back over to our chief. Looks like it is now starting to actually exit right now, this tornado warning box, so I'm sure they'll probably reissue another one if they want to keep it, but in that last scan looked like it was a little bit weakened. I would definitely say so. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Tim Buckley to get his opinion as well.
Hey, Claire, yeah, we're still trying to sift through some of the reports from people. Number one, we want to get the information out. Number two, wanting to look and see if we can see any sort of reports on the ground. Getting a couple pictures on social media right now that seem to suggest at least maybe some funnel clouds in this area. I can't confirm that. I'm just looking at a couple of pictures that we'll have to kind of go over as we go forward in time. But definitely the storm is changing structure a little bit. At last check, you know, the rotation is not getting any stronger. That's good. It's still right over here on this side of the warning, so the Weather Service has some decisions to make now, and it is trying to get a little bit weaker. The storm itself doesn't look as organized, which is good news. It's passing right over 770 right now. It's going to be headed up toward the Virginia border pretty shortly and moving off to the north. I keep on blocking with our big graphics here. I want to make sure you can see the whole thing. There's the storm system. There's Stoneville over here, Eden. It's passing right in between them. We got about 3 more minutes on this warning. If I had to guess, they'll probably extend this for the rest of Rockingham County and up into Virginia as well for a little bit longer. We'll see what happens, but there's still a little rotation right about here. Again, trying to confirm whether or not there's been anything touching down. Haven't noticed any damage, which is good. Nothing popping up on our debris tracker, but there is a little chatter on social media about a couple pictures that certainly look suspicious, and they're in the right locations too. So we'll be looking at those in a little bit. Right now, though, the storm continuing to push off to the north. It's moving about outside of that warning box at this time. Ridgeway, Virginia, I'd be in your safe spot. Parts of northern Rockingham too. It's going to be continuing up in this area. Highway 87 and 14. Price, you're kind of be on the right-hand side of it, or the best side of it, I should say, where you're going to miss out. A little bit of communication maybe from our Weather Service partners. It looks like at 3:28, yep, that's what we were thinking. Henry County, Pittsylvania County, Martinsville, Virginia, and Rockingham County. This is a new warning. It goes until 4 o'clock, but it doesn't mean that the threat for Rockingham goes until 4 o'clock. The reason this warning is going that long is because it's issuing from more places down way of that. So what we're going to do, here's what our coverage will be for you. We're going to stay with this storm until it gets out of Rockingham County. From there, it's going to move up and outside into parts of Virginia. Once that happens, we'll give it a couple minutes, and then we can kind of let you go back to your regular programming. But Ridgeway, Virginia, be in the safe spot too. The storm might have a history of producing a tornado. It's going to be pushing north of Eden very shortly. It's only a couple of miles from the border now. And farther out, we might want to watch these storms in Caswell County and also in Alamance County. There's just a lot going on a day with tropical weather for sure. It keeps you on your toes, to say the least. So this warning is going to go away, the 3:31. The new one is up until 4 o'clock for northern Rockingham County, Martinsville, Virginia, Henry, Pennsylvania counties as well. So the storm itself just a mile or two from that Virginia border, and it's going to be crossing across the border in just a couple of minutes. If you have any pictures, reports of damage, you're watching our coverage, you say, well, hey, I live in Bethany, I got a picture of that, or I heard from something. Let us know. Don't assume that we know that. If we cover it quite a bit differently when we know that there's already been damage, sometimes it's hard to convince people to take action for a tornado if they can't see what it's been doing. So those type of things can really be helpful to us. So please let us know if you've seen anything like that in the Rockingham County area from this storm. It does look to maybe continuing to weaken a little bit. It's only a couple miles from the border now. Moving up toward Ridgeway, Virginia. You can see that it's moving at a pretty steady clip. Let's call it some more streets. This is Highway 87 for Virginia. It's Highway 14 as well. Garrett Road is where that storm would be right about now. Westerly Park Road, Rhodes Road, and Price Road in this part of Rockingham County. Sandy Level, Ridgeway, Chatmoss are all in the path of this storm. So if it continues to go in the direction that it's moving, this is where we're going to kind of see it go. Sandy Level about 335, Chatmoss about 344. Soapstone at about 3:50 this afternoon, and Ridgeway just about 2 minutes from now, so your time is about up. You got to make sure you're in a safe spot right now as you're watching us. Still seeing the rotation, and it is pretty clear right about here in this part of the storm. It still has a little ways to go, just about a mile or two before it gets out of Rockingham County, and still not finding, well, this might be changing things a little bit. Claire, I want you to make sure you're looking at this too, so we can get a few opinions on this. We might be seeing, yeah, that's okay. That's concerning to me. So right now, it looks like with this storm, that we might be seeing some debris getting kicked up into the air. So this could be now a confirmed tornado. Not for me to say, but I'm concerned enough about this. This just popped up right here, just on the west side of Eden. And I know this looks like nothing to you. All we're looking at on this, the whole screen should be red. When it's not on the debris mode, it pops up in yellows or blues or other shades like that. This could be a signal that there might be some debris lofted into the air. Certainly concerns me, and we'll want to see if they change the warning to an observed warning or not. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, so we're going to keep watching that for you. We'll let you know if we get confirmation, but it certainly seems to me that we might have a bit of a debris signature. Claire, are you watching this? Have you seen what I'm seeing on this storm as well?
Yep, and I'm actually looking at a couple of different radars too, just to kind of make sure that that debris signal is, 100% truthful, and I think it is. It is looking like that is debris from this rotation within this tornado warning, about to cross the NC border there into Virginia, pushing northeast again around 30 to 35 miles per hour, perhaps even a little bit quicker. I did put a message out to our National Weather Service partners to get their opinion as well, but it does look like that is a debris signature. Fairly large as well. Like Tim was saying, you kind of are hoping for all of this to be this shade of red, and whenever we track debris, the radar will send out a pulse and it'll send one back, and when you have different varying sizes of objects, that's when you start to see different colors. Like this yellow here, when you start to see a little bit more toward the green and maybe even the blue, that's when we start to note different things being tossed up in the air, possibly from a tornado here, which is a clear indicator that this could very well be on the ground as we speak, continuing to push north and northeast at this time. So let's take a look at the latest radar scan. It's moving fairly quickly, just a couple more miles until it reaches the border and moves into Virginia. Yeah, very strong rotation. I'm sure shear tracks also are showing that as well. Yep, a lot of rotation with this storm, and it's been strong for quite a bit of time as well. Let's take a look one more time at that debris signature. It just looks very, very bright heading into, particularly along the way of North Oakland Avenue here in North Carolina, Highway 87 North. Right onto the line of 87, where 87 you're heading north on 87, and it intersects with the border there between North Carolina and Georgia. That's where we are seeing the debris track going as of right now. So if you are on that road, make sure you are taking cover, doing what you can to get to a safe place, preferably a storm shelter or just a sturdy building to make sure that you are staying safe. Looks like in the latest scan, it's continuing to push through North Carolina now into Virginia just from this debris scan. Let's take a look at the velocity to see if it kind of matches that. Again, we do have to wait for scans every around 90 seconds or so. It takes a little bit for the pulses to come back from the radar and then show here on our computers. But yeah, that's a very strong indication of rotation here in Rockingham County, continuing to push northeast and into Virginia here just within the next couple of minutes. While this warning is going to continue through around 4 o'clock, it's not for Rockingham County. This storm will be out of Rockingham County within the next 5 to 10 minutes, but is going to continue its track into Virginia. So for those of you that are in Southern Virginia that may have friends there too, or perhaps live right along the borderline in Rockingham County and Virginia, this is for you specifically. This rotation is very, very significant, with this debris tracker also showing a little bit of traction here. I haven't gotten any messages back from the National Weather Service, but this looks very, very significant to me, and it looks like it could very well be on the ground, Tim.
Yeah, Claire, I agree with you. I think this thing is a tornado on the ground up there, right there on the western side of Eden, right over there. Again, we're just looking at radar here. We're certainly watching, but it's definitely something to be concerned about. So we're watching this tornado warning. It's still there on the west side of Eden, just about to cross into Virginia. If you have friends, family in this part of the area, let them know this storm is producing and it's coming your way. So it's pushing right across the Virginia border in the next couple of minutes. Ridgeway's over here, Sandy Level over there. There's Highway 87. Possible debris in the air from the storm as indicated on radar. Not a confirmation necessarily just yet, but it's enough that we're pretty concerned about it. It's racing. It's going so quickly to the north, really at about 40 miles per hour or greater, moving up toward Martinsville. If you're in Martinsville City city, make sure you're taking shelter and getting away from this storm as well. Get yourself and your family in a safe spot. Eden, the storm looks like it clipped the west side of town, maybe with some damage to it. It is pushing away from you, so that threat for you is ending. Reedsville, you're totally fine right now. There are some other storms that we'll watch over in the Alamance County area. Those are new ones that are starting to pop up, and sure enough, they have some rotation on them as well. We'll have to be keeping a close eye on that over in the Burlington area, the Green Level area, and the Elon area up to Caswell County too. So we'll still be watching this throughout the next couple of hours until we can sound the all clear. But right now, still concerned about our friends and neighbors up here in Rockingham County. We'll give it just a couple more minutes as it moves farther out of the News 2 area and into Virginia. But sure enough, definitely a concerning storm as that rotation right now is just sitting over that North Carolina, Virginia border, right over Highway 87, just north of Eden. So Eden, obviously, you're no stranger to tornadoes either. Had a couple nasty ones a few years ago. This one right on the west side of the city, pushing up to the north. Scary situation to be sure as it moves up northward out into Virginia. We're going to continue to look for any reports of damage or any sort of pictures out of this area. I will say be a little cautious when you're on social media nowadays. A lot of people using fake pictures. There was a terrible one earlier today from Madison. It was just clearly fake, but a lot of people fall for this stuff. So make sure you're considering your sources. Think before you share, as they say. This storm is rotating. It is pushing into southern Virginia. It looks to be weakening maybe a little bit, but it's still potent right there on the other side of Price and Ridgeway. For the rest of Rockingham County, you're in good shape right now. We'll continue to watch over in Burlington as these storms are gathering some steam over that way. Little look at our sky camera before we let you go. In Burlington, plenty of storms are over there. And maybe we can move these cameras around a little bit as we look forward. The sky is different depending on where you are. Winston-Salem's getting some rain. Burlington's getting some rain. Greensboro, well, it's totally sunny in Greensboro right now. So it really just depends on where you are as to what you are seeing right now across our region. So bottom line, tornado warning does continue for southern Virginia until 4 p.m., but the storm has now pushed out of Rockingham County. It is no longer in Rockingham, so we're going to return you to regularly scheduled programming. It's possible we might be back with you shortly if these storms in Caswell or Alamance County get a little bit stronger. We could be back with you, but in the meantime, be safe out there. We've got News 2 at 4 o'clock coming up, 5, 6 as well. Plenty of reports, not just from here at home, but also from the western part of the state where they've gotten hit so hard from this hurricane. We thank you for counting on us for your weather coverage, and we'll see you again soon.
doing that. is in Wilkes County.
Nixon Norman in Boone and Giselle Thomas right here in Greensboro. Let's start with Tim. Is the worst of this storm behind us?
Yeah, hey there guys. For most of us, the storm really has done what it's going to do. However, there are still a couple of storms that keep popping up, small ones isolated across our area. You might have noticed if you had the TV on this afternoon, we've been popping in from time to time with different tornado warnings. Now, right now, we don't have any active, but I'll warn you, there is possibility we might have to do that again. In Burlington, we're looking here at some rain and a dark cloud, of course, pushing over the city. Earlier, just about a half hour ago, we were watching a storm in Rockingham County. It produced a lot of scary clouds for sure. No sign of damage necessarily that we can report definitively so far, but this was up near the Shiloh Airport area from Cassie Manuel. We're going to be watching to see if any more damage reports or if any come in from that area. Looking at the radar, this is the big area that caused all the problems earlier today. That was the real heavy rain that you saw, the gusty winds. We were gusting around 45 to 50 miles per hour this morning. That was the biggest part of the day. Now for the rest of it, we have these small little cells that keep popping up and moving through. There is still an active tornado watch only for a couple of counties: Caswell, Rockingham, Stokes, Surrey, and Yadkin, and up into Southside Virginia. So that's about it right now. That storm that was in Rockingham County has pulled away. We're not seeing anything form behind it. However, there are some that are popping up in Alamance County. I just showed you the camera in Burlington, and up in Caswell County too. Like the others, these are rotating, so it's possible they could prompt a tornado warning at any time. Be alert if you're in Caswell or in Rockingham. Again, there's a little bit of rotation on some of these, so do be cautious. Our futurecast really calms things down once we get past 5, 6, and 7 o'clock tonight. Our winds only going to get lighter. We're likely to be in pretty good shape. However, it's still a little breezy out there. Winds are currently gusting around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and true to form, this is where our gusts were earlier today, right about in that 45 mile per hour range that we had been highlighting throughout the week in your forecast. So bottom line, as we go through the rest of the day today, what's your weather impact? Well, yeah, still some gusty winds remaining. For a couple folks, there is still that possibility of a quick moving storm that could prompt a tornado warning. And also be alert if you're going out and about in the yard doing storm cleanup. There could still be some limbs or some trees that could fall and put you in danger. Be careful.
Tim, thank you. And as you heard earlier, Asheville's been one of the hardest hit areas in the state. You can see what one road looked like before dawn on the left and what it turned into on the right in just a matter of hours.
We do have a crew out in Asheville, and they have seen some incredible images throughout the day. Of course, we want to show you this video. This is a car that got swept up in the flood waters while our Amber Lake was there doing other things. They caught this, and the water moving so quickly. There was a woman originally in that car, but she was able to be rescued by first responders before it got fully underwater. We are told that she worked at the hospital.
Yeah, and Eric said that she worked at the hospital. And this is actually not a river. This is Riverside Drive in Asheville. This is what it looked like earlier this morning. You can only imagine what it looks like now.
And take a look at the Biltmore Village. The streets completely underwater. You can see just how fast that water is moving too. That truck almost completely submerged, the water reaching up past the door handles.
While our crews were in Asheville, they spoke to police about the smell of gas in the air. It turns out it was from these propane tanks that were swept away in the flood waters. This is also in Biltmore Village, which was evacuated. Despite the warnings, many wanted to see this historic destruction.
I don't know if we'll ever see anything like this again, so I'm glad I got to see it, but at the same time, it's terrible, and it's going to affect a lot of people and businesses, which is terrible, but can't control the weather.
Well, and another town hit hard by Helene, Boone. Look at this image. Here's a photo from King Street. Most of you are familiar with that area. This is earlier today, a road that isn't normally one to flood. Earlier today, Appalachian State University announced it is canceling its home football game tomorrow that would have been against Liberty, all because of the storm damage. Meanwhile, back here in the Triad, Wilkes County also seeing a lot of flooding and roads turned into rivers.
WFMY News 2's Joseph Leonard has been in Wilkes County all day checking on conditions. Joseph, what do you see out there?
We're standing near Wilkesboro Avenue, where, as you can tell, it's almost completely underwater. I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer Raymar can show you. As you can tell, this white truck over here, the water has almost risen all the way up above the tires. We got here around 11:30 this morning, and on our way here, we saw that heavy rain, we saw those heavy winds picking up, we saw debris in the roadways, and we saw some trees that had fallen over. Now, since then, we got to Wilkesboro Avenue. We noticed that it was completely underwater. If you look across the street here, you can see the water has risen all the way up to these businesses' front doors. Now, we spoke with several people who live here, one telling us that she's worried that it's going to get worse. She says the river nearby is very high and she's not sure where this water will go eventually. Now, we also talked to one of those business owners. Travis Walsh's family owns a home remodeling store along Wilkesboro Avenue. He says he's used to seeing some flooding along this particular road, but he's never seen anything like this. And that's kind of what we gathered from the people who live around here. They say this area tends to flood when we do see storms like this, but nothing this severe. Now, there's also some things to keep in mind. Now, there's a flash flood warning that is still in effect until 4:30. Now, there's also a wind advisory that will last until 8 p.m. tonight. Reporting live in Wilkesboro, Joseph Leonard, WFMY News 2.
Goodness, that water, Joseph. Thank you, and stay safe out there. Here in Greensboro, we've seen some overflow in rivers across the city. In Latham Park, you can see the high water level and some of the debris off the side of the road.
In Gibsonville, we saw a downed tree along South Church Street by Hearts on Fire Ministry. You can see it's completely blocking the road in both directions.
In another look at the flooding in Asheville, where you could see cars turning around after seeing the massive flow of water happening ahead of them.
What 2 wants to know is keeping an eye on the outages for you. So I'm bringing up the Duke Energy map, right? And this is what we normally see, all these bubbles, right? That give you kind of an idea of how many people are without power. So this bubble is the one I want to look at. It's 176,000 people in that Asheville area that are without power. But I really want to give you some context to it. So I'm going to switch this map to counties so that you can actually see what I'm talking about. So Hendersonville, by example. Now I'm going to show you these numbers because you may not be able to see them. There are 69,195 customers without power. Do you know that the total customers served is only 100 more? So there's 100 people right now in Henderson County that actually have power. 100. That's it. Okay, when you look at Asheville and you look at Buncombe County, so there's 149,000 people that are customers there in Asheville, but there's only 106,000 people without power, which means, again, you only have about 40,000 people who actually have power in the entire county. We are talking about massive outages everywhere in the western part of our state. So in Jackson County, for instance, there's only about 10,000 people that actually have power in the entire county, which is so very different when you look at other places as well. So like, I'm just gonna say Charlotte right now, only about 95,000 people are without power. They've got 600,000 people right in that area. So they're doing great on the power outages. When it comes to us as well, Greensboro, we only have about 12,000 people without power. Again, no one ever wants to be without power, but when you look at the contrast of how many people have power in our area and how many people don't have power in the western area of our state, not only are they dealing with the floods, but they're dealing with those major outages as well.
And while the storm is heading away from North Carolina, flooding will continue.
Governor Roy Cooper held a press conference earlier today. He talked about what the priority is now for the state and that people cannot act like this threat is completely over.
Emergency management officials continue our response to this dangerous storm, particularly in the western part of our state. The priority now is saving lives. This is one of the worst storms in modern history for parts of western North Carolina. The end of the rain is not the end of the threat. This fierce storm will move out of our state in the next 24 hours, but the danger will not be over.
All right, Governor Cooper went on to say dozens of other states' search and rescue teams are also helping out in North Carolina. He said they've been made aware of more than 100 water rescues because of Tropical Storm Helene.
Late last night, Helene was a Category 4 hurricane when it made landfall in Florida's Big Bend region. This video is from Tampa. You can see boats just floating around, trees and power lines down, with flooding engulfing different neighborhoods as it moved inland. According to the National Weather Service, wind gusts got up to 140 miles per hour at landfall. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed at least one person died in the Tampa area after a traffic sign fell on a vehicle.
Now, earlier this morning in Citrus County, that's about an hour north of Tampa, you could see people kayaking around the streets as Helene moved out of that area. The wheels of cars were almost completely submerged well after the original impact.
And video in Treasure Island near Tampa showed the aftermath from an aerial point of view. More than 2 million homes and businesses were without power throughout the day in Florida.
Now, right after the break, we're going to dive into the flood stages of rivers here closer to home. But if you've captured any photos or video of flooding or any damage, please send it to us and tell us when you took it and where it's from. Just text the number you see there on your screen, and we'll try to get those on the air. We'll be right back. Of the rivers in our area, but we can't do that without talking about rainfall totals. Now, when you see this, I want you to take this with a grain of salt, because these are just individual reporting stations. Notice that, so there's Columbia, South Carolina. By the way, this is yesterday, so I'm looking at adding both yesterday and today. Columbia at 3.79 inches, but if you go just south of Columbia, you see that area that's in that dark purple. When you see that purple area, that may be upwards of 7-8 inches. It just really depends on what we're looking at. But Asheville yesterday, at least officially at the airport there, just under 6 inches of rain, 5.42 for Boone. Now we look at today's totals. Now remember, this today was not quite as bad as yesterday because it was like running totals, even though there's so much rain. Boone had 6.83, Asheville with even more, so you're looking at anywhere from even 15 inches of rain for parts of the North Carolina mountains. And in the last 24 hours, Burlington's had 1.5 inches, about 3/4 of an inch in Greensboro. But you take all that and you think, okay, well, our rivers are going to flood as a result of this. True in most cases. In this particular case, for the Dan River, they're actually below flood stage, and they will peak tomorrow morning, technically at 8 a.m., but not really reach the flood stage, which is 18 feet if memory serves. And then the Yadkin River, well, let's skip down to Haw River first after that, because they too, below flood stage, but still reaching their peak, still growing by Saturday morning at about 2 a.m. But the Yadkin River, this is a mess. That is a major issue, the flooding there going well above the flood zone and reaching its peak tomorrow morning. A lot of people will say, well, if the rain's gone, shouldn't the rivers not be flooding anymore? Not the case, because there is something, in fact, the technical term for it is called lag time. The lag time is the time from when the rain falls until it makes its way, all of it, to the rivers. And depending on topography, it's why in mountains they're so steep, the water can get there quicker, they'll reach flood stages faster, but then here, not quite as hilly as our mountain regions, it takes longer. So a lot of these rivers are not going to peak until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So don't think if you live around a river that the rain has stopped and everything's good. That flooding and rising water will continue.
So you still want to make sure that you're careful and still keeping those things in mind.
Yes.
You know, when we're talking about the rain and all of these different rain levels, I'm still thinking about that woman who is in her car going to the hospital over in Asheville. And even that stream of water looked like a river itself. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and
scary.
she's lucky they got her out, because you saw that car. And later on, what we didn't show you was that car eventually was just completely submerged.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, she made
and
it out.
It's important that we think about that saying, and whenever you see those waters, turn around, don't drown.
That's exactly right.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Well, we've been keeping a close eye on the radar all day today as Tropical Storm Helene, now Tropical Depression Helene, as of the advisory of 2 o'clock, continues to push northwest between 25 to 30 miles per hour, still prompting a lot of warnings across the area, especially here just to our north. There's actually a couple just the southern border here between North Carolina and Virginia, including just above the Triad here. We've had several right near Danville, one continuing into Pennsylvania County, and a couple of isolated showers that have a little bit of rotation here in Alamance as well as in Caswell. So we've been keeping an eye on these for the last little bit of time, perhaps the past 10 to 15 minutes, and we're going to continue to keep eyes on those. A little bit of rotation within those cells, but for now there are no warnings with these showers and storms throughout the triad. Here's a look at the latest futurecast. There goes the remnants of Helene continuing to push northwest. By the time we're into tonight, we are starting to clear out across the area. Heading into tomorrow, more sunshine on the way, perhaps some clouds heading into the afternoon, but we are going to be back in the upper 70s, feeling nice and dry, perhaps an isolated shower or two, but nothing compared to what we've had so far today. Heading into Sunday, though, low pressure building back into the area might bring us a little bit more cloud coverage. Futurecast these next couple of hours should be the end of remnants of Helene, maybe a couple of isolated showers for the most part these next few hours, but starting to dry out into tonight and especially into early tomorrow, clearing out overnight and into tomorrow morning. Maybe an isolated shower for tomorrow afternoon, but we are drying out heading into this upcoming weekend. Wind gusts across the area still hovering between 20 to 30 miles per hour, 26 in Charlotte, 24 in Salisbury. Let's compare that to what we had earlier on in the day when we had Tropical Storm Helene making its way through the area. We had between 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts across the area, 47 in Winston-Salem, as well as in Burlington, 52 in Hickory, 44 there in Boone. Very, very heavy winds across the area, but we are now downhill sailing just a bit after we see these last couple of little bit twisty cells make their way out of the area. We start to see clearing and better weather on the way in your 7-day, nice and dry the next couple of days. Couple of showers possible heading into Saturday and into Sunday. Isolated shower chance into early next week. We're back into the middle and upper 70s. Overnight lows in the 50s do return later next week.
All right, let's check out how Helene has been caught on camera. So we're talking about social media posts that people have been sharing, pictures, video, that kind of thing. I'm going to put this into motion, but let me just give you an idea. This is Boone, okay? And so this is the main street, and all it looks like is a river. There's no way anybody's driving anywhere here in Boone. So you just heard her talking about all of the wind and the rain and all of that in that area. Now this right here is Asheville, and this is enough concern for me, right? U-Haul trucks that are like kind of being buoyed up from all the water, but this is what really got me, because all the semi trucks, the U-Haul trucks, they're now going down the intersections in between all of the roads. Who knows where they're going to end up and what kind of mess that they're going to be looking at in Asheville. Okay, I wanted to go back to this one. This one's Boone. This is basically a mudslide that happened. Someone is just looking outside their apartment window, and then all of a sudden the mud comes and it takes all of these cars with it. We're going to continue to show you all these pictures and video throughout the day.
Well, we're continuing to get more and more photos of flooding and damage all across North Carolina. This is a look at the Boone Mall parking lot earlier today. Look how high the water is with the cars halfway submerged, most of their wheels completely underwater.
And here's a look at I-26 at mile marker 45 in the southern part of North Carolina. You could see pretty much every lane of the interstate underwater.
And in Newland, North Carolina, this is a look at the Green Road Bridge, and you can see the sides of the bridge completely filled with debris, and it looks like the middle has seemed to have caved in.
Some of the worst damage was at Florida's Big Bend, though, where Helene originally hit as a powerful Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah, at one point the winds were clocked at 140 miles per hour. Tom Hansen in Florida as the cleanup begins.
Entire houses are missing or flattened in on themselves.
Michael Presley Bobbitt captured these images of Cedar Key this morning, just south of where Hurricane Helene slammed into Florida as a Category 4 storm, packing sustained winds of up to 140 miles per hour and a 15-foot storm surge.
Say a prayer, friends.
Despite orders to evacuate, Bobbitt rode out the storm, checking on his community.
I was trying to make it to my mama's house, but it's neck deep here. I'm not able to get any further.
Florida's governor says there were thousands of rescue missions overnight. This team in South Pasadena called out for people who might need help when several homes caught fire. Helene is the third hurricane to hit the Big Bend region of Florida in the last 13 months.
The damage in those counties that were really in the eye of the storm has exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined.
Storm surge engulfed much of Florida's western coastline, but Tampa General Hospital stayed dry, surrounded by a flood prevention wall. Flooding is widespread, including farther north into Georgia. Overnight in Atlanta, rescue teams brought a couple, their baby, and 2 dogs to safety.
With this one, the vehicle was traveling in through the water, and the vehicle started to float, and it floated off the roadway. They were able to get out of the vehicle and get on top of the vehicle.
Helene's high winds also knocked out power to an estimated 3 million customers all across the southeast.
Even as Helene is weakening, it's still a threat to communities in the Carolinas and Tennessee. Unicoi County Hospital in Tennessee is reporting at least 50 people are on the roof waiting for rescue after flooding cut the facility off from land.
And of course, we're going to continue coverage of Helene and the damage and flooding happening across North Carolina and the entire southeast right after the break.
Mic check, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Now downed and
Hey, we are doing a mic check, Isaac. We are in
We continue to follow the damage from Helene throughout our state. Here's a look at Yadkin River flooding in Surrey County. You can't even see the road there.
And we are also following what happened in Florida with one resident sharing this video from Cedar Key overnight right after Helene moved ashore. You can see just how high the water got and how strong those wind gusts were.
And take a look at this video from Asheville. You can see flashing light. This is sparks from down power lines. Hundreds of thousands are without power across the state. Over 70% of Buncombe County is without power. Just so scary to see. And Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley is back with us. Tim, we've had some tornado warnings in our area throughout the day. I mean, what are you seeing for the rest of the night?
There's been so many of them, guys. You know, we're still on the lookout, even though most of the area does have some sunshine. We've still had a couple of close calls just within the last few hours. I'll show you an example. A lot of pictures coming into our station. We're vetting them right now, making sure they're all good to go. But this is from Cassie up in Rockingham County, right near the Shiloh Airport up by Stoneville. Had a couple videos coming in from Eden as well that certainly look to show what would appear to be also a funnel cloud in that area. In fact, while we have you here, we're going to show you a little bit of the rainfall out west, but it looks like we might have a new tornado warning for parts of Caswell County. Stand by for that. Over the last couple of days, plenty of rain out that way, big wind gusts as well. This tornado watch does continue for the northern half of our area. Most of us are clear, but all the way along the Virginia border, that tornado watch does continue, as I said. But we're going to pause here for a second because we do have some new information, unfortunately, that we have to pass along to you. These showers and storms have formed a bit of a line here. They've been going in from Alamance County up to Caswell County, and we're going to zoom in to this part of Caswell County. This is where it looks to be that we have a bit of a tornado warning situation. I'm going to adjust my graphics a little bit here on the fly if we can, but we want to get that information to you. So this is a brand new warning now, right up here along the Virginia border line. Right here, you can see this is a new tornado warning for Caswell County. City of Danville is right over here. You know, Caswell, it seems like you've had half a dozen of these warnings in just the last 24 hours or so. But you can see how these storms are all kind of lining up here in this part of the state. And unfortunately, this one has enough rotation now that we have to watch it pretty carefully. So stay with me here as we kind of readjust our maps a little bit on the fly. Hopefully we can get some velocity scans for you. Meteorologist Claire Fry will be standing by as well and can help to give us some additional information. But in the meantime, here is this rotation that we're tracking in Caswell County. It's a new tornado warning just to the south of Milton. So this tornado warning shows rotation right here. It's north of Highway 62 in Caswell County. That's the Virginia border here. So we're not going to be with us for very long, but we are going to keep you up to date on the spinning, swirling motion. A lot of folks in our area over the last couple of hours, they've seen these really dark clouds, in some cases producing funnel clouds. This could be another one of those situations here, and that storm is moving right up toward Milton. Folks, if you want to just pan the camera a little bit over to me, I'm going to be using this cart a little bit to help adjust our radar on the fly. We can do that on live TV sometimes, guys. This is kind of what we're tracking, though. That rotation still part of that storm up there in Caswell County, and we've actually been tracking this behind the scenes for quite a while. This whole line from Alamance County up to Caswell, there's been a little spinning on it. Claire was telling you about this a few minutes ago. Right now, it's gotten to the point where we're concerned enough that this is, in fact, a legit tornado warning. So Danville, you were busy earlier. This is going to pass off to the east of you, but if you're near Milton, get to that safe spot, protect yourself from this storm, because gosh, we've seen so many of these, as we often do in tropical systems. There's another one up there and another one right here, just kind of lining up. So it makes you wonder if we're going to have to watch those ones to the south as well. But Alamance County and Caswell still be on alert a little bit, but especially in northern Caswell County right now, this tornado warning in effect for the next little bit. Claire Fry, we'll send it over to you with any other information you might have from our weather service partners.
It looks like the system is moving north at around 30 miles per hour, and you're definitely right about other areas looking a little bit swirly as well. We're looking at the main tornado warning very much just about to hit the border of North Carolina and Virginia right here, moving into Virginia just within the next couple of minutes. I'd say within the next 10 to 15 minutes max. But other areas of rotation I'm currently tracking also are all throughout the county, all within this set of bands of isolated showers continuing to kind of pop up and move over the area. This is what we're seeing right now in Caswell. These storms are continuing to push north, but as they are a bigger part of a bigger system, being remnants of Helene, they get very twisty, very curvy, very quickly. So we're able to see warnings pop up very quickly. So we'll be watching this line very, very closely as we also watch very northern portions of Caswell. That warning push into southern parts of Virginia. That could prompt another warning even farther down the line. Again, this includes counties of Halifax and Pennsylvania as well. Continues even for portions just to the east of Danville. Lots of high reflectivity there, which tells me there's also some locally heavy downpours. Let's take one more look right here at the velocity. Looks like it is pretty notable, I would say. This is kind of where we're seeing that velocity. If I can do one more step forward, this rotation right here where you see this green kind of meet this red is where we're seeing that rotation right here just to the southwest of Milton. And if it continues just on this track, it'll eventually hit Highway 57 and along Interstate 360 as well. So we're keeping a very close eye on this. It's also right along 62 as it continues to push to the north. So this is a brand new warning. This is going to be out for just a little bit. Let's take a look at what the logistics are with this specific warning. Looks like it is until around 5 o'clock. But I think it will be out of our area, possibly even before then for this rotation. We'll be having to track what's to our south, though, with those a little bit of twists there in the velocity, which kind of can show that a tornado could be possible and that we could see a possible tornado warning here launched in other parts here of this cell moving into the north. Other things to consider too. With the grander big picture of this system, we're still seeing a lot of heavy rain and even some tornado warnings on the eastern portion of North Carolina and also in Virginia. 2 tornado warnings, obviously, with the same cell here moving into Virginia, as well as another one into Virginia. This is all a part of remnants of Helene continuing to push toward the north. And things that you have to note whenever you're dealing with tropical systems and tropical tornadoes is whenever you're looking at the right front quadrant, which is what we are in terms of Helene, you have to factor in not only the hurricane or, for our case, tropical storm winds, but also the forward motion of the actual storm itself. And with that, you kind of get the ingredients for tornadoes to form a little bit easier in that sort of environment. So while there are portions of the triad that have been dropped from the tornado watch, portions of our triad to the north have actually been staying in it because of those conditions, possibly to get tornadoes to form just a little bit easier. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive, here into this tornado warning that is in effect until around 5 o'clock. Again, the storm is moving around 30 miles per hour to the north. Looks like it does have good rotation and it is making its way along the North Carolina-Virginia border for right now, just toward the east there of Mountain Hill. Tim, I don't know what you're seeing, but I can see some pretty good rotation there right along the line.
Yeah, it's true. And Claire, this kind of reminds us just a lot of what we've already been seeing throughout the day, right? None of these are jumping off the page as textbook big tornadoes, but they're tropical system tornadoes. And a lot of times they're a little bit on the weaker side and a little bit harder to detect. But this one, it's swirling around. You don't need to be a meteorologist to be able to tell that. There's plenty of rotation going on right about here, just to the north of Milton. And so Caswell County, if you're getting this buzzing alert and you're wanting to know, well, where is the storm? You have storms all throughout the county. Okay, so there's another one in Yanceyville. There's the one up there. This is the one that we're concerned about the most. There is a little rotation in these other ones as well. You're probably getting sick of us just saying the word rotation at this point. I know I'm sick of saying it too. It's kind of the way it goes in these systems, right? But these all are moving a little bit the way we don't want them to, and we're not just out of the woods yet. In Alamance County, farther south, at one point that line was stretched all across your county. If anything, the good news is that we're being able to get this north of you, but Caswell still has to worry about it for now. As we go forward in time, this storm is pushing a little bit closer to the Virginia line. So let's go back and we're going to put on the velocity stretch instead. Remember, when we show you this, why are we doing that? It's actually telling us how the wind is moving in the storm. The main type of radar, it's showing us how hard the rain is coming down. This is looking at how the air is moving. Reds being one direction, greens being another direction. And in this case, we're seeing some of that right up against each other. Let me push this on the fly. We're always doing this on the fly on live TV, so it might not look as pretty as it could, but again, we're trying to get the information out there as accurately as possible. That's the main thing. We can polish it up as we go. But here is your swirling motion. So there's Milton. This is that rotation right there on the edge of the county. That's the part that we are worried about mostly out there in Milton. Now, on one radar, it's looking a little bit weaker. On another, it's looking a little bit stronger. So it's a borderline. It's a borderline possible tornado here as it continues to push off to the north. Now, in a couple of minutes, it's going to cross right over into southern Virginia. Now, if we look a little bit farther south, are we as worried about these or not? Doesn't appear to me like we are, not as much. So hopefully that's the last one. We've said that, well, a couple of times, haven't we? But hopefully this is the last one that kind of gives us concern, and we can let you go back to regular programming, to all the fascinating reports across our area with this particular storm. What might it look like if you're seeing some of these storm clouds today? Well, just within the last hour or two, we've had several reports, mostly in the Eden area and the Stoneville area and the Bethany community in parts of Rockingham County. Some of those clouds looking something like this. We're working on some videos that we got from a few News 2 viewers that really do show some funnel clouds swirling around in Rockingham County. That was within the last hour, but just to kind of put you some perspective on what this might look like if you were underneath it, that would probably be the type of situation that you're seeing up here in Milton. To me, it looks like it's weakening. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting here, and it looks to me that we're hopefully going to be able to kind of clean this up pretty shortly and let you go back to the news. But to me, it looks like it is starting to weaken up a little bit. We'll see if that holds, but that's the only storm we're worried about at this time, is right there on northern Caswell. So again, this warning officially going until 5 p.m., but it's for all of these other counties, and the storm is just crossing over the Virginia border. So Claire, do you have any other information that I might have missed here? Otherwise, we're probably not going to be on this warning too much longer.
To me, it does look like it is crossing over into Virginia, Tim. Here, this tornado warning is going to continue until 5 o'clock for those for the other counties as well, Halifax and also Pittsylvania, with a little bit of hail. But we are continuing. It's worth noting to watch these other cells that are just to the south that could have just as much, rotation in it just in the next couple of minutes. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Again, that tornado watch for northern counties is going to last until around 6 o'clock, unless it, is dropped early, but we'll continue to keep you updated. Southern counties, as of right now, I'd say the severe weather threat is starting to drop. Tim.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Claire. So, this warning is going to continue for parts of southern Virginia, but if it's okay with the rest of our news team, I think we are able to go back to our regularly scheduled newscast when they have a second. Just let me know and we can do that toss. But we are looking at this still pretty weak up here. We'll keep you posted if anything changes. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of your news of the day as we cover Hurricane Helene.
Well, we've had a really busy day following the impacts of Helene all across North Carolina, including right now where we are still seeing some tornado warnings, not only just to our north, but also right along the eastern coast of North Carolina, moving into Virginia. And we have seen this little pattern here these last couple of hours of these isolated tornado warnings here right along the line of North Carolina and Virginia, kind of popping up just for the last little bit. You can see right now it's kind of moving out of Caswell right now, and we'll zoom into that warning, particularly moving out of Caswell and also into Pittsylvania as well as Halifax with a little bit of hail. This warning is until around 5 o'clock. And there is still a little bit of rotation in it. You could see that just a little bit. It's continuing to push into Virginia and away from our area. And as it continues to do so, our threat will also diminish as it goes. So as we continue to watch that, I'm also looking at another area of possible rotation here. That is just to the southeast of Anderson. Actually, I'm just now looking at this. And I haven't seen anything in the National Weather Service chat about this rotation, but just looking at this sort of shot right here, I'd say this is a little bit alarming for possible rotation as well. When you have these tropical systems moving through the area, they can kind of drive these isolated showers and storms to start rotating fairly quickly. And that's kind of what we're seeing here and what we've been seeing these last several hours with these prompted tornado warnings. This rotation here moving right up north at along 119 and also just north of the intersection of 119 and 49, just to the southeast here of Anderson. Again, this doesn't have a warning for right now, but I am eyeing a little bit of rotation with this. So there is a chance that we could be right back on air with you guys, giving you guys the latest updates on another possible tornado warning heading into Caswell County. But for now, we're just going to keep eyes on the grander system, and we'll let you know what to expect. Again, more isolated showers heading into the night tonight, but we are starting to clear out into tonight and also heading into the weekend.
All right, so take a look at this video. This is the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying through the eye of Hurricane Helene. This is, as you can see from inside, you can see the instrumentation there and just how shaky it is from all those powerful winds.
Just certainly so scary. Western North Carolina was hammered by Helene earlier today, and there's still a massive amount of flooding happening.
Yeah, Felicia Combs with the National Weather Service gives us a status update from Asheville.
Historic, catastrophic flooding ongoing here in Asheville, North Carolina. A lot of memories go back to those 2004 floods, and this is expected to be worse. What's happening behind me here, the Swananoa River has come out of its banks, should be about a block from us, but instead you can see it is right here covering Biltmore Avenue. For reference, look at that Wendy's. So that has kind of been our reference point. That brick building that you see right there and the ordering sign, that is a Wendy's. That is how high that water has gotten up over the window where you would pull up to order at Wendy's. The Swananoa River is expected to crest at record levels. The French Broad River, which is also expected to crest at major levels here in Asheville, also cresting at record levels about 10 miles south of us in Fletcher. This is a life-threatening situation, and it will be historic flooding for this region. In Asheville, North Carolina, Felicia Combs, the Weather Channel.
Well, cleanup crews are out across the Triad helping clear up the debris, of course. You can see a tree cutting company here helping with the house on East Lake Drive in Greensboro.
And there's also a number of crews from the Triad going to help out the western part of the state. Asheboro Fire and Rescue deployed a team to help out the mountain region. Greensboro Fire also has crews in Transylvania County. Multiple other agencies have crews on standby.
There have been reports of a tornado touching down in Rocky Mount this afternoon. This is northeast of Raleigh, and you can take a look at some of the damage in the area there. Emergency management officials confirmed that at least 4 people were hurt in that area. Helene making, of course, a devastating impact up and down the southeast.
Yeah, and since making landfall last night in the Florida Panhandle, the damage has been unimaginable. Take a look at this video out of Tampa, Florida. Deputies rescued a teenager stranded in their car after driving through flood waters. The body cam footage shows a deputy helping the teen out while assuring her that she is okay. The sheriff's office posted on X, "We are glad we were able to get her to safety and out of harm's way."
And then this, hospital workers in Tennessee are forced to the roof of their building because of the flooding. You can see them standing up there. Just look at how high that water is. The hospital completely cut off from land.
Goodness. And take a look at this video from the eastern edge of Tennessee. You can see just an endless stream of water. The town and the area, Rome Mountain, has residents evacuating.
We've gotten a better look at the damage and flooding happening in Florida too. This is a drone shot from Sarasota this morning. You can see roads completely underwater with it almost looking like a ghost town there. Yeah, just rough all across the southeast. We're coming back in just a minute with more coverage from Asheville.
In the meantime, 2 on Snow is keeping an eye on outages here and there. So all of our places here in the Triad, we're looking at 5,000, 7,000, maybe power outages. But when you take a look over to like the Asheville area, it's about 175,000. Now that seems like a really big number, but I want to give you more context to that. So I'm switching my map to counties, and when I look at Asheville, and it tells you how many customers without power, how many total customers served, I got to tell you, 71% of this entire county is without power. 71%. It gets worse when you go to Henderson County. So there's only 100 people that actually have power in Henderson County. So when you take a look at what we're dealing with in Greensboro versus what they're dealing with on the western side of our state, you're seeing an entire difference when it comes to rainfall and an entire difference when it comes to power outages as well.
And we will continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene and just, of course, tracking the devastation out in multiple areas across our state and our neighboring states as well, too.
Yeah, and we've seen, and we will continue to talk about this because you and I mentioned that the flooding's not finished yet, right? These rivers are still rising because of that lag time from when you get the rain and the runoff reaches these rivers. So some of this is going to get worse. Also, don't forget, there's sections of I-40 out toward Asheville that are completely shut down.
Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, it was exits 66 to 72 completely shut down. So it's even hard for rescue crews to get out there because the main roads are shut down. They have to take back roads and side roads and don't even know if they're cleared or not.
Yeah, and if you are out and about, of course, we want you to be able to stay home, but if you are out and about, please drive carefully and stay tuned with us here on air and online. We'll see you at 5 o'clock.
We're standing in a parking lot off of Wilkesboro Avenue, and as you can tell, it's completely underwater. And I'm gonna step out of the way. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic.
Hey, we're doing a mic check. We're out here in Boone, downtown Boone, King Street, flooding. Oh, is this?
Across the Triad.
Hey, mic check, please.
Oh, testing 1, 2, 3. Now, downed and broken trees seem to be a common theme across the Triad. Take a look at this tree over here. It is
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1, 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1.
Hey, Mike check. We're getting some videos of some funnel clouds or possible tornadoes up in Rockingham County.
Hi, Brett. 1, 2, 3. Giselle, if you hear me, I'm not too sure if you mispronounced it or you just had a flub. Downed trees, not downed it, okay? Downed trees.
Hey, ice cold milk and an Oreo cookie. I will be playing my video from the touch screen, not using Social News Desk.
Well, it's time for my 2 cents, and today I want to talk about something that if you're a loyal viewer of the 4 to 5, you may have heard me talk about this week, and that's because just on Wednesday, Triad Today, which is a local public affairs talk show, celebrated its 1,000th episode. Think about that, 1,000. There are lots of local and or network shows that don't even make it that long. But what I want to talk about is the fact that public affairs talk shows, local public affairs talk shows, used to be at every TV station back in the old days, probably from the beginning of television all the way up until probably the early to mid 2000s. Slowly, little by little, TV has changed, and now there aren't many of those left. You have your local newscast, but not a local public affairs talk show. Well, not in this case. Jim Longworth is the brainchild of this show, Triad Today, which, by the way, airs on WFMY+, and he's been doing this a long time. A little bit of trivia for you as you look at these images from his 1,000th episode. He had lots of dignitaries there, local people who have sponsored his show over the years, local mayors from Greensboro and Winston-Salem, all celebrating this. But he started his career at WFMY News 2. Believe it or not, he was basically helping to run cameras and set the studio up in the middle of the night, getting Lee Kynard ready for the Good Morning show the next day. Jim's come a long way since then and now hosting this show and celebrating his 1,000th episode, helping to provide valuable information to the public with these public affairs talk shows that you don't usually get in other type of regular newscasts. So I tip my hat to somebody who started here at Channel 2 that we're very proud of. Jim, I hope you have 1,000 more episodes in you, my friend. That's just my 2 cents, and that's your 4 to 5. WFMY News 2 at 5 starts now.
Helene swept through North Carolina, leaving a deadly trail of destruction and several tornado warnings here in the Piedmont Triad.
The western part of our state seeing the biggest impact with historic flooding. We've seen life-threatening flooding and debris in Boone, flooded streets and down power lines in Asheville, and cleanup in Greensboro after a tree falls on a home. While the worst of the storm is over, there will be challenging days ahead.
This fierce storm will move out of our state in the next 24 hours, but the danger will not be over.
Helene's path has been a deadly one. It's killed at least 30 people in the southeast, 3 of them here in North Carolina. 1 of them was in our area, that is in Yadkin County. Troopers say this large oak tree fell on a man's car while it was moving on old US 421 in Hamptonville. This happened this morning, killing a 57-year-old man, Todd Profit.
We have live team coverage tonight looking at flooding across the Triad in areas that were hit the worst.
Our teams are spread across the Triad and the foothills and the mountains hit hardest by Helene. They're tracking the damage, power outages, flooding, and more. But first, let's start with our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley. Tim, you're still watching the radar closely.
Yeah, thanks for the update, guys. And you know, it seems as often as we have these storms come and go, another one starts to approach. It's kind of what we're seeing all throughout the day today. This was the scene earlier in Rockingham County where we've been dealing with a lot of funnel clouds and problems. But just in the last couple of minutes, we're getting a new tornado warning. This one again for Caswell County. You can just add it to the list here. Caswell County keeps on getting dropped and then reissued. There are only a couple of counties in our area that still have a tornado threat through the rest of the afternoon and the evening. We have Caswell, Rockingham, Stokes, Surrey, and Yadkin, plus all of the southern Virginia counties. But as we zoom into the radar, you'll see this small spot of the system that still is giving us fits here as it continues to spin up some problems. This is in the northern part of our area, of course, right there along Caswell County and the Virginia County line. This storm is just kind of moving along pretty slowly, so we're going to use our radar to help track it for you a little bit more closely. This is just coming in, so this is a new warning for Caswell County, Halifax, and Pittsylvania counties. This is still in that same town of Milton where we were talking to you a little bit ago, and so we're now on again for a new Caswell County warning, if you can believe it. This is right there for Milton. There's that swirling motion here. I know I got my computer in the way. It's just one of those days, everybody. But this is where that storm is pushing along, right there along the Virginia border. So let's take a look at some of the velocity. Okay, so we're going to switch modes, going from this, which is showing us how heavy the rain is, to this, which is showing us how the wind is moving along. And I got to be honest with you, it's not all that impressive to me. There is some spinning, there is some rotation going on, and it's possible that it could be producing a tornado, at least enough rotation to make it a close call, and certainly enough that you want to be taking shelter if you're in the northern Caswell County area. So please be taking it seriously. Please be safe up there. But again, this is just another one. As we go down this line, there are other spots that kind of stand out. It's only in Caswell County. So in our whole Triad area, the whole Piedmont right now, the only area of rainfall is right up here. So we're watching it. It might be just for another 15 to 20 minutes or so before we can kind of clear everybody from our North Carolina counties. But otherwise, this is still tracking upward. Caswell County continues to be under a tornado warning for just a little bit longer. Now, throughout the day, we have had, of course, many of these. And just within the last couple of hours, we were talking about a storm in Rockingham County. I did want to show you some video that a viewer was able to send me and share. This was from earlier today. That was not for the Caswell County storm, but this is for the Eden storm. Right there on the west side of town, you can certainly see a good amount of rotation. So to me, I can definitely tell that's a funnel cloud. You can see it spinning. What we're not able to tell is it on the ground or not, because there's a tree line in the way. But getting a lot of pictures in from the Rockingham area, maybe some reports of some damage. That's starting to get a little bit more clear. We do have some crews on the way to the Stoneville community, right between Stoneville and Eden. Certainly seeing a lot of pictures on social media even so. So if you have anything to report, please make sure to fill in your favorite news team. We'd love to know that and help to tell your story up there to get people in the know for what folks need to get them back on their feet. In the meantime, everything is still about the tornado threat, which is pretty much only for the northern counties. As the storm pulls away, the forcing for tornadoes kind of goes away with it. So we still have this one tornado warning that we're tracking for you. The back edge of the line, that looks to be weakening a little bit. So hopefully when we get that out of our area within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we should be good to go. Again, we'll see if that happens or not. But myself, Claire Fry, Christian Morgan, we've been tracking this throughout the day as we go throughout this tropical system. Hurricanes can be big time tornado producers, and across North Carolina today, there have been a couple that have been really damaging. Some of them, especially out east. Rocky Mount was a spot that had an especially bad tornado out in Nash County, North Carolina. For us, more of ours have been a bit on the weaker side. But let's throw out some roads here for you and give you some locations. We're talking about Milton, right here along Highway 62. If you live in Milton, right there along Bridge Street. Highway 62, this is the Virginia border, literally, so it's right there on that North Carolina line. Milton, you are under the gun for a possible tornado right now. Same story for River Bend Road, by the way. There's another cell on the south side. This is not the one that caused the warning, but it's there even so. Lately, they've all been spinning, so we'll see if that one has anything to do with it as well. Checking in with our partners from the National Weather Service in Blacksburg. They're the ones that issue this. Haven't said anything about how it's going or not. Haven't heard any reports of storm damage. There have been some damage reports throughout the day across our News 2 viewing area. Obviously, we don't have too many power outages locally in the Triad region, but the farther out west that you go, boy, those numbers just really go up. So a lot of reports of flooding from the North Carolina mountains, some tree damage and reports like that in Wilkes County and in Yadkin County and Surrey counties too. Actually, more than half the people that live in parts of those foothill counties have had no power at times throughout the day today. So it's been a really tough one. At one point earlier today in Mount Mitchell, there was a wind gust of 106 miles per hour as reported by the State Climate Service. They also had 20 inches of rain, by the way. So there's all sorts of things going on out west. And by the way, you absolutely can't travel there right now. So any sort of mountain trips right now, you just can't do it until you hear differently. There's not a good way in. There's not a good way out for a lot of areas. So this is a tough spot for sure. Back here at home, we are watching this tornado warning until 5:45. I don't expect to be on here with you through 5:45 because these rotating parts of the storm will start to move into Virginia, and from there we will let you go. But Claire Fry, I think, has been tracking this with me. If we have her, let me know. I'll let it over to her and say a couple things about it. Claire, you've been tracking this along with me, gosh, since the late morning hours, I guess. What have you been seeing with this one? Does it remind you of the other storms today? Is it anything different?
Well, just in the last little bit, of course, we have seen a little bit more rotation in this one, prompting the tornado warning for both Caswell, Halifax, and Pittsylvania. But the good news is that I'm seeing is although there was a little bit of rotation in this, to our south, the rotation that we had been seeing is starting to weaken. So all of my kind of attention right now is on this cell that is on the border between North Carolina and on the border between there and Virginia. So let's kind of zoom in on that and kind of show you where that rotation is. Again, it's just right to the north of Milton. See if I can get a couple of roads here. Liberty Street here on 57. near Lane Farm Road. You could just head to the north just a little bit, right across 360 into Sutherland. You're under the gun there, so make sure you're heading to a safe spot. This is right near Delilah, also another place this storm is heading. Again, this has some rotation. I'm going to look at the debris tracker. Nothing is standing out to me to really say, hey, this is on the ground based on this. When you have a lot of red, that is usually a good sign, meaning this isn't picking up on the tornado, tossing anything into the atmosphere, any debris that a tornado would be picking up. But that is the rotation that I'm seeing right now in Milton. Pretty notable, I would say, but it's the only amount of rotation I'm seeing across the area that's really catching my eye. We did see a little bit earlier in some of those southern cells an association with that line, but for right now, I would say that is the most concerning right now, continuing to push north into Virginia and away from our area. But you're right, this is the only side of rain we're really seeing right now across much of our area. In fact, a lot of sunshine is actually coming back into Greensboro. So we've been seeing that on our sky cams, but that doesn't mean the danger is over for some of us, especially in northern counties where we still have that tornado watch in effect through around 6 o'clock. So here's some tornado safety. If you know it, great. If you don't, this is for you. Go to the lowest level of a well-built structure. If you are within that warning cone, take cover in the small central internal room. Again, away from windows. Make sure you are staying safe with your head is covered as well, and remain in shelter until the storm has passed. Tim and I have been talking about how this is about to go over the North Carolina-Virginia borderline and continue into Virginia. As it does so, it looks like they've extended the warning to continue even further here into Virginia until around 5:45. But that rotation is starting to slowly move right over the line and into Virginia. So it wouldn't surprise me if they cut completely Caswell out of this warning cone here just in shortly. I haven't seen any more notes from the National Weather Service partners, but this looks like it is going to continue for just a little bit. Again, if you're in the cone in Caswell, just get to that safe spot just in case, but it is looking like that rotation is now passing north of Milton and now moving into portions of Virginia. And I'm not really seeing much rotation to the south, which is a great sign. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, Claire, this is definitely a tough one, kind of a frustrating one for sure, because, you know, you look at one radar and it shows one thing, you look at another, it shows another thing. Just to give you a little inside look at what we deal with here, there's bad radar coverage in our area. You've got one up in Blacksburg, Virginia. You've got another way over in Raleigh, North Carolina. Right now, they're both showing different things for this particular storm. One of them looking less bad, the other one looking a little bit worse. So this is the one in Raleigh, which still shows a good amount of rotation. In Milton, this one doesn't show much of anything. So from Virginia. So I think we want to be on the cautious side here and certainly still maintain our caution here, as there is still some rotation right around Milton. It's almost out of your hair. It's almost up into Virginia, but it's not there quite yet. So we can't quite let you go. We're still watching very carefully as that rotation is moving over Milton, and we do have that active tornado warning for Caswell. As soon as it gets out of there, we'll let you go. We'll get back to those reports. You really want to see it because, gosh, we have all this flooding that's happening in the western part of the state. Folks that are going to need a lot of help in North Carolina, and our reporters are on top of that. So we'll get to that as soon as we can. But in the meantime, this storm is starting to push just barely into Virginia. It's about halfway there. We've got a little ways to go. These storms are pushing out as well, just east of Yanceyville. They're not going to be a problem. It's just this one that we still have to watch for, like I said, maybe about 5 or so more minutes, and then we will be okay. But definitely want to make sure you're being safe. I know a lot of people have had some scary looking clouds today. You've had some gusty winds. If you have storm anxiety, these are not fun days for sure. And a lot of folks do not like days like this. And I can completely understand why. It's dangerous and it can be stressful too. And so hopefully just by tuning in and watching us, you can get some of that good information to help you make the best decisions for yourself. Again, we're going to be making sure that we're using both radars here. There's still some rotation is getting a little bit weaker. Hopefully we can get this canceled up for Caswell County pretty shortly. But in Milton, you're still finding that storm still kind of sitting over you a little bit. I'm going to see any updates that we can get from our weather service friends. But right now it's still just enough that makes them nervous. So We're nervous for you, and we want to make sure you're taking it safe in Milton. Milton in Caswell County, still under the gun from a tornado warning. On the wider view, you can see there's actually 1, 2, 3 parts of this storm that are spinning. So these tropical systems, they're just notorious for all of these kind of constant tornadoes. Most of them, which are very weak, continue to kind of plague southern Virginia and parts of northern North Carolina for today. Back to Greensboro, Burlington, Winston-Salem, all is fine at the moment. In fact, you have the sunshine coming out. Temperatures are in the 80s, and it sure is muggy outside too. We'll have improving weather for the weekend. Raleigh area is looking fine too, but it's still this one storm up there in Milton, up in Caswell County. We're going to zoom in one more time. Let's see what's going on now as we get a couple new radar scans from Raleigh and from Blacksburg. It does look like the storm is still there, kind of moving pretty slowly, to be honest with you. Not really going in a quick pace as it once was, but we are still seeing some of that rotation right along the Virginia border line. So watching and waiting anxiously, hoping that you're staying safe up here on that Virginia border. Flipping this off again, we're still seeing that we have that one flipping it back on. We can see the different parts of radars as well. But again, no, I sound like a broken record, but that storm is just still sitting over your area in Milton, not moving quite as quickly as we might like. Just checking with a couple different sources here, but it does seem no reports of damage just yet, which is good for Caswell County. No reports of damage yet in that area. We'll let you know if that changes. Earlier today, of course, we did have the tornado potential in Rockingham County. We had some warnings for you. In case you missed it just a minute ago, this is some of the video. Funnel cloud spotted in the Eden area. Jody Pruitt sharing that video with us. This was right there between Stoneville and Eden. We are getting some reports there might be some damage in that area, so that's something we're going to be checking out as we go into the rest of this evening. But definitely rotation there. Hard to tell always if it's touched down or not. We've seen some other videos that show funnel clouds not touching down, so it's kind of inconclusive out that way, but definitely scary scenes over the last couple of hours, if not in your backyard, certainly for some of our friends and neighbors here in the Piedmont of North Carolina. Tornado watch does continue along the border up until 6 o'clock, and this warning continues only for a couple more minutes, it would appear. Let's get the latest scans one more time, zoom in a little bit more closely and see what's happening in Milton. Again, we still have some of that motion, but it does look to be weakening a little bit. Looks to be weakening a little bit. Claire, are you noticing anything different on your end right now? It still seems like it's just kind of being stubborn at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely isn't moving quite as fast as some of the other cells that we have been watching. I mean, all day today, it kind of is moving a little bit slower, and according to the National Weather Service, only moving around 15 miles per hour, which seems pretty slow. I mean, I'd give it up to around 20 to 25 max. This really isn't moving much. It's sitting right over Milton, and you're right, looking at two different radar scans. It is a pretty different story, so we're going to stick right here with the Raleigh radar, if I can get it to come up on the screen a little bit easier for you guys. There we go. Let's move it a little bit more. There we are. This is kind of where we're seeing the rotation now, I would say, just to the north of Milton. Other areas of interest of rotation, mainly staying to the north. Other areas to the south within that band of cells are starting to see a little bit less weakening, as I've been a little bit more weakening, I would say, these past several minutes. So we've been keeping a very close eye on this, and any sort of cue with the National Weather Service that they could drop this from Caswell as this continues to push into Virginia, we will let you know. But that is the rotation that we have been watching here just for the last several minutes or so. It's going to continue to push into Virginia. Again, it's only moving at around 15 to 20 miles per hour, and it's all connected to remnants of Helene continuing to make their way through the area. You could see several warnings, flash flood warnings still in effect for much of western North Carolina and portions of the coastline here in Virginia, and also in North Carolina. Some warnings already still sparking to our north, all in association with this system continuing to watch more and more rain continuing to push to our north. I'll have more details. I think also we have the latest. It looks like Caswell has now been excluded from the warning, so that is good news, Tim.
That's right. Yep, that's right, Claire. So that warning is now over for Caswell County. We're going to take a quick break, get you back squared away with the news of the day right after this. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Boone has seen rushing flood waters that are growing throughout the day due to Helene's heavy rains. Several inches of water were seen rushing outside an apartment complex. Take a look at how fast the water is moving down that street. And that's just the beginning of the flooding in Boone.
WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman joins us live now in Boone with more of what is happening in the area.
Julie, Sydney, yeah, we got here at Boone right around 3 p.m., so just about 2 hours ago, and we're here off King Street, which is essentially the heart of downtown Boone. Now, you can see the impacts of the heavy rains that went on throughout the night and throughout the morning here. I am going to step out of the way, and it may not look like much, but when we first pulled up here to King Street, we actually came across 2 men cleaning the grates or the vents there in the road just to keep water flowing and just to reduce the flooding. They told me about 4 hours ago you could not even see King Street. It was under a big heap of brown water. Now, it has been raining here all day on and off, and it's not stopping folks though. There are still folks out walking, even folks driving and riding bicycles. A lot of the shops are closed downtown, and it seems there were heavy winds as well, with sticks, mulch, tree branches, and more scattered on the sidewalks and roadways. The town of Boone is currently under a boil water advisory and is currently under a state of emergency. Now, not too long ago, we spoke with 2 people from Burlington, both App State students, who tell me that they have had no service on their phone throughout the day. The Wi-Fi in their apartment is down. And again, like I said, just about 4 hours ago, they say when they came out here just to take a look, they could not see King Street at all. Now, they do tell me their parents were worried about them throughout the week, sending them lists of things to do to prepare, things to get at the grocery store. We will be hearing from them at 6. Again, these folks are from Burlington, living here in Boone. We will be out here in Boone throughout the night, continuing to go to those places of impact, places that saw a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and a lot of damage. Live in King Street, on King Street right now, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Okay, Nixon, thank you. And we also know that due to these conditions, App State has also canceled its game. Back here in Greensboro, we've also seen a share of wet and windy conditions today. Greensboro police responded to numerous accidents and downed trees.
One of those trees came down on Double Oaks Road, that's near Hobbs Road, and that's where we find WFMY News 2's Giselle Thomas. Giselle, you've seen a lot of damage and cleanup throughout the city.
Now, uprooted trees seem to be a common theme across the Triad. Take a look at this tree here in Paloma Park. You can see the roots completely lifted up out of the ground, and at the base of the tree you can see where it's broken and leaning onto this roof of this city building. Now, the weather right now is a lot different than it was this afternoon. Heavy rain and winds broke down dozens of trees throughout the Triad, including this one here in Greensboro. Now, we've been following this Black-owned tree company called God's Way Tree Service for a few hours now, and they've been ripping and running all throughout Greensboro all day. Now, check out this photo the company shared with us. It's of a home on East Lake Drive that had a tree laying completely across the roof. Now, the owner of the small business tells me that that tree you see was about 80 feet tall.
What we were able to do, we were able to come in here, we got the tree off. After we got the tree off, we were able to come in and put a tarp on the roof. The tarp is going to ensure that no water gets in to cause further damage after the service is done.
Now, a few miles away, another tree fell in front of the Center for Creative Leadership place. I spoke to the field manager for the city of Greensboro, who estimates that a tree was about 75 feet tall, and they've responded to over a dozen calls as of earlier this afternoon. Now, meanwhile, neighbors in Latham Park are dealing with rising floodwaters. I met a resident who's lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years, and he tells me that he cleans up debris himself to prevent excess flooding to come across his yard.
Once the creek reaches a certain level, the water will not flow out of here because of the back pressure. So I try to clear it out before it gets to that level. Once it does, nothing you can do about it.
Now, Guilford County Emergency Management tells me that they only had to activate only a partial amount of their services that they had today, and they said they're happy to do so. The fact that things weren't as bad as they expected here within this Greensboro area, it's better to be more prepared than to be sorry. Live in Greensboro, Giselle Thomas, WFMY News 2.
And we now know there have been 3 deaths in our state, 1 in the Triad. And we're going to also talk about a story that happened out in Charlotte where a tree fell on a person's home. The tree came out after wind gusts hit 40 miles per hour in some areas early this morning. Officials say children were in the home but were not hurt.
The damage also found in South Carolina, where crews worked for more than an hour to rescue a man trapped in a house after a tree fell on it. Crews from Charlotte actually were called in to help. First responders rescued the man, his wife, and their dog from the home in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Charlotte Fire shared these photos. One of them shows the man as he was pulled through the roof. He then gave the thumbs up, showing his gratitude and that he is okay.
All right, there's another rescue that you need to see. So orient yourself. You're looking at a sailboat. Let me press play so that you can see it. Oh, of course not. That's not going to happen. Unfortunately, the rescue that we're trying to show you is from, there it is, the Coast Guard. So there's a man. He's on a sailboat. He's 25 at least miles out into the open water. There's his dog. They both have to get off the sailboat because the sailboat's taking on water because Helene had just battered them. So they're both in the water. The Coast Guard brings down this apparatus. You see him give the thumbs up, and then they're hoisted onto the helicopter. They said they both got on there just fine. They celebrated and shook hands.
Wow, pretty amazing story there, Tanya. Thank you so much for that. You know, as we go into the night tonight and then into the day tomorrow, things are going to start to improve quite a bit. I know a lot of us already have the sunshine out across the Triad area. That's the good news that we have for you at this point. But going into the day on Saturday, I actually expect sunshine pretty much start to end. Our severe weather threat certainly going to be over by tomorrow. 60s in the morning, temperatures will be in the upper 70s for the afternoon. As far as the latest live radar, I'm just going to hit a click there on my computer because we've been doing tornado warnings all day. We're a little disorganized. This is your latest live radar now. A couple scattered showers still remain, none of them concerning at the moment. We'll still keep an eye on it, of course, because of the way the atmosphere is behaving today, but all systems are clear right now. Greensboro, you're fine. Burlington, a couple scattered showers right there along the Orange County line. We have a little shower up on the northeast side of Guilford County. And in Caswell, where there's been so much commotion lately, tornado warning continues across the Virginia border, but not for you anymore. That line is lifting off to the north, and good riddance, right? We are hearing some conflicting reports of some damage, maybe around the Yanceyville area. We're going to figure out a little bit more about that. Winds gusting right now aren't that bad. They're only in the 20-mile-per-hour range. So as we go through the next couple of hours tonight, things should only be getting better. Let me show you those low temperatures too. It's actually going to cool off a little bit. We'll have better humidity as we go into tomorrow. And again, our weather is only improving. As Helene pulls away, we should have some sunshine and good stuff for Saturday. Of course, a big mess left over in North Carolina, but here in the Triad area, we got out a little bit on the lucky side. 80 degrees tomorrow for Sunday. Still a chance for a couple showers. We'll track that for you in a bit more detail. You're watching WFMY News 2 at 5.
Mic check, ice cold milk and an Oreo cookie. They forever go together. And Jenny's going to do a mic check. Tell me some places that you've been. I'm not hearing you, but that's probably not your fault. So hold on 1 second. Okay, here's my mic check, friendly friends. Why are you not seeing audio signals? Okay, go ahead, try it again. Try it again. We need to call Kevin if not. Call Kevin immediately. Call Kevin immediately. Please talk. Please talk. Go ahead, Jeannie, talk. Yep, he probably switched something for the thing. He probably switched something for this, and it's not happening. Yes, please, go ahead and talk the ABCs, Jenny.
Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
I hear you. Okay. Helene leaving its mark on North Carolina. Parts of western North Carolina are seeing historic flooding today, leaving many people trapped inside their homes. Major interstates, they're shut down for miles, and hundreds of thousands are without power, and crews are unable to make repairs at the moment. Images have been coming into our newsroom all day long with sites that many have just simply never seen before. Let me show you some video here out of Boone. Many streets turning into rivers, but this is really extreme because this is a mudslide and it's taking all of the cars with it along with the debris. And this next video is out of Asheville showing more of the same. You can see the flooding completely blocking some roadways, and you can see that there are propane tanks and many other things that are just simply being strewn everywhere. Roads have been turned into rivers in Wilkes County as well. These images out of Wilkesboro. You can see the water has risen to the front of several businesses along the street. Stop signs nearly underwater as well, too. Now, there are days of cleanup ahead across our state, but the worst of the storm, thankfully, is done. So meteorologist Tim Buckley, we're going to throw it to him so that he can kind of give us a wrap up of what's happened and what is to come.
Thank you, Tanya. It's been kind of a scary day, right, for a lot of folks. You know, we had the morning time, which of course was so windy and so wet across our area, and just seeing all the images out of the western part of the state was certainly tough. Now, we've kind of been shifted off into looking at these scattered and sporadic thunderstorms that sometimes put down some funnel clouds. And in this case, up in Rockingham County, that picture from Cassie a little bit earlier, we're getting more and more of these pictures coming in about the different storms in our area. Now, at this point, I think the threat for most of our area is really low, so you can probably just enjoy your evening on a pretty carefree way. Not the case, of course, out west. We're actually hearing it's almost next to impossible to travel to a lot of places in the North Carolina mountains right now. That's the scary thing about how bad this storm really was for them. A little bit of a closer view of our local live radar right now. No tornado warnings for our area at the moment. Gosh, we love to hear that, right? There are a couple scattered showers still going on. Alamance County, you have a few right there over Mebane. It's raining pretty good at this time. Some weak little rain here in Rockingham and Guilford counties. Not going to hurt anybody. Another little shower near Anderson. Yanceyville hearing a little chatter. You might have had some damage earlier from some of the storms. We're trying to work on that for you. And then farther north you go, that's up where those tornado warnings actually are still going on for Virginia, if you can believe it. These lines are like the little engine that could here. They just keep chugging along and chugging along for sure. Showers continuing for northeast Caswell, but that'll be about it. The winds have really backed off a little bit. Earlier today we had had some winds kind of moving in at 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's not the case anymore. Now they're a lot less. It's only a little breezy. Winds gusting at about 20 to 25. So we've dried things out. We have the winds relaxing a little bit as well. The power outages not terrible here in the Triad area. They are still pretty bad, of course, out west, and the power crews have a lot of work to do. Over the next couple of hours, temperatures are going to start to cool off. You know, it got really warm throughout the day today with temperatures up near 80. As we go through tonight, we're going to cool off, and actually, for a change, we'll be able to cool our humidity a little bit, or at least get rid of some of it. All this tropical air is going to start to spill northward from us, and we'll have a little bit more comfort in the air for your Saturday. Temperatures in the 60s for the morning. We'll be in the 70s to right around 80 for the afternoon with slightly lower dew points. Here's your forecast as we take a look at the rest here in the 7-day. Again, we'll fine tune the details on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, but right now just looks like some scattered showers, and we'll finally go back to having lows in the 50s by the end of next week.
Well, today's storms impacted travel to and from multiple airports in our state. Helene's rains, winds, and flooding have caused hundreds of delays and cancellations at airports all across our state. Charlotte Douglas International has seen more than 1,000 delays and cancellations. Raleigh-Durham International Airport and PTI have fared a little better with about 150 delays and cancellations at RDU. 40 at PTI. So your flight was canceled. You're wondering, what does that mean for me now? Ginny Moore, a senior travel advisor with Cruise Planners, is joining us to talk about this situation and how travel insurance, can really help when everything goes bad. She's also taking your travel related questions. You can text yours to 336-379-5775. All right, so Ginny, let's just start with this. How people whose flights were canceled, how are they impacted? What should they be doing?
So first thing I want to tell them to do is do not call the airline. And I know that sounds crazy. That's what everyone wants to do. But you don't know the lines, everything is crazy. Stay on top of the app or their websites. That's when you're going to get the most accurate information. If you have a travel advisor, reach to the travel advisor and also reach out to your insurance if you have travel insurance. They'll be able to reroute you.
All right, I've had a lot more luck with the app instead of calling as well, so I get that for sure. So let's kind of talk about travel insurance. So if you happen to be in this situation, and we all may be in this situation down the road, so it's always good to know what to do ahead of time. What does travel insurance cover? How does it help you in a situation like this?
So multiple types of travel insurance. One thing you need to make sure of is if you are planning a trip, you need to have it before a storm is named rather. So you can't call today and go, oh yeah, I need travel insurance. Make sure you get it in advance. But what they can do is this would cover if you are delayed, especially in destination, additional nights in the hotel. It could potentially get you on another airline, all of those additional expenses. And in addition to the concierge service and your travel advisor helping you do that rather than you just standing in the airport with your hands up in the air.
Okay, and I think this is like the perfect time to talk about, because so many people take cruises. And so about when you should arrive for your cruise.
Always arrive the day before.
Just for this particular thing, because if you were supposed to leave today or something like that, that would be a problem. If you're supposed to leave tomorrow, that might be a problem. So you really advise people to really look at how you can get to that destination, maybe more than one way.
Yes, exactly. So, especially here in North Carolina, a lot of people are looking at Florida itineraries. So, consider driving or that backup plan. But again, don't wait till the last minute. Even if you're going in the day before, get that early morning flight. Don't wait till the last flight out, because that gives you more options.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking your travel related questions. We're also going to be talking about where the hot travel destinations are when we're thinking about Christmas and spring break. And wouldn't it be nice to think about something like that about now? All right, we'll be back in just a minute. And we are back with Jenny Moore, a senior travel advisor with Cruise Planners, talking about travel, giving helpful advice before you book your next vacation. And of course, we're taking your questions, 336-379-5775. So one of the questions was, all right, what about if you had booked a place to go and stay with your family to see some leaf peeping, like on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and now roads are closed and you can't get there?
So you want to make sure before, when you actually make that reservation, what the contract shows. Most of the time there is a clause that allows you out, but even then it's only going to give you a credit and not actually give you your money back. Again, this is a perfect reason that you want to have travel insurance. Travel insurance would actually allow you to get a full refund on most policies. So make sure you check that very carefully.
Okay, and when we say travel insurance, this is like third-party companies, and there's different levels of that, whether it's medical or things of that nature.
That is correct, yes. And not everybody thinks, especially of a domestic trip, of needing travel insurance. But you do. Really, anytime you're leaving your home, you should seriously consider it, because we just don't know what's going to happen, especially with the weather.
Yeah, especially I think to myself, if you're going to like be renting like one of those big houses, people are putting a whole bunch of money in, and you're talking about a couple $1,000s. You don't want to be out a couple $1,000s. It's different than when you make a $200 flight.
Right.
Okay. All right. So have your questions. We're going to answer them. In the meantime, let's talk about this. Let's talk about some of the fun places that people are thinking about for holiday travel, because people are already booking them.
Oh, yes. And actually, a lot of holiday destinations are actually even sold out already. But one of the fun places, if you're looking for something different, is the Christmas markets in Europe. The European holiday Christmas markets are amazing. And considering some of the river cruises going down through Germany and Switzerland, and they set up these towns, it's absolutely beautiful to enjoy the holidays. So that's one. Also looking at, of course, that we've got the Caribbean, whether you do a cruise or going simply to a resort in the Caribbean. Those are always nice for people looking for something warm to do. There's really all kinds of places to consider, even Quebec or a ski vacation. So there are some great options.
Okay, so some of those places, of course, you're going to have to use your passport, right? So
Yes.
like even if you go on a cruise, you still need your passport.
Yes. So what is exciting is this has just been announced that if you already have a passport and maybe even it recently expired, you can now renew it online. I would do it immediately because they are saying 6 to 8 weeks. There's no expediting, but you don't have to go set up an appointment with the post office to get it done.
Ooh, that's really nice. So no having to go somewhere, you just do it online. This is good. Okay, let's talk about this. Someone's asking, if we're thinking about a train trip, should we also look into travel insurance?
Absolutely. Again, weather is one of the biggest keys there that you want to consider on your train, because you know the weather, of course, does affect the train tracks and affects that. Also your health. And that is what people don't really consider. We all go, oh, I'm healthy, but you just don't know.
All right, somebody's asking about like a best value to stay in Bermuda. Should they go the resort side? Should they go the Airbnb side? What are some pros and cons there?
So really, as far as there are really no all-inclusives in Bermuda per se. I think there's one or two. Airbnbs, I do always suggest being very cautious. There is no recourse with an Airbnb, so I truly recommend going in for, find a nice hotel, but just know that it's probably not going to be an all-inclusive.
Gotcha. Okay. And let's talk about this. Let's talk about spring break, because maybe that's a little bit further out. Maybe that's something that people can actually think about, because holidays, they like to stay at home. What about some spring break destinations?
Spring break, fun. So some of the great spring breaks, of course, again, we're going to go back to the Caribbean, which is always nice. Croatia is gorgeous. Croatia and Costa Rica both. Gorgeous during the spring break time frame. So those would be some of my top choices.
And there's some direct flights.
I forgot about Iceland.
Oh, and Iceland. Yeah, there's some direct flights to Costa Rica that you can do, and it's not too bad. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got more of your questions when we come back, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. We're back with Jenny Mora, Senior Travel Advisor with Cruise Planners. All right, let's talk about Mexico. Lots of people go to all-inclusive resorts like Cabo and that kind of thing, and they have now a new restriction.
They do. So you are now, the biggest one applies to computing devices. In other words, you cannot take a laptop and an iPad without getting you have to pay a tax when you arrive. Same thing, phones. A lot of people carry multiple phones. You have a limit of only 3 phones that you can take in. They're trying to avoid people selling these once you get into Mexico. So just be prepared that you are going to have to pay a tax. And it's about a 19% tax on what they consider the value of that extra device is.
19% of the value of the device. Okay, gotcha. All right, so this person's asking, Main Plus domestic cabins are often close to first class upgrade price. Is it worth upgrading?
Well, I always say it really kind of depends on where you're going. If you have a short flight, not necessarily. If you're going, of course, across the Atlantic, traveling, 6-7+ hours, and you really want to get going, then I say yes, it is worth it. But make sure you look at the type of plane, because that's key. Sometimes different airlines and different planes will refer to a first class, and it's totally different on each plane.
Gotcha. Okay. So someone's asking, how do I initially just get a passport? They're not renewing, so how do they initially get one?
So the government State Department has a website, and you will go there and they have all the complete instructions on what you need to do. Fill out the application and set up an appointment with, the easiest way here in the Greensboro area is one of the local post offices.
Yeah, that is for sure. They take your picture, they do the whole stuff and everything, they send it off, you get it in the mail 6 to 8 weeks later or whatever else that it is. All right, so the anyone who's traveling to Europe next year will probably see that things are changing again.
Yes, so they tried to do it this year, but they were not ready. But beginning next year, you will have to have a visa to get into Europe. All U.S. citizens will need a visa. Now, the visa is good for 3 years. It's not super expensive, easy to do, but you want to make sure you have that set up and it's attached to your passport. So that, and then also they're going to be going to virtual stamps, so not actually stamping your passport anymore.
I am not happy about that. I like that stamp in the book. And then you open it up and you're like, oh, look at all the fun places that I got to go, and now no longer.
That's right. But if you run out of pages, then you're in trouble too. So
I suppose so. That's a different kind of problem to have. All right. So what happens if you're taking a family cruise and you're taking your kids with you? Do they need passports? Can you just use a birth certificate?
So it does depend on where they're going. But as long as they're leaving from the United States, returning to the same port, most, and I key that and stress most, there are some islands that still require a passport for you to board the ship. Now, with that being said, heaven forbid there is an emergency. I don't care what the emergency is. If you do not have a passport, it is very difficult to get you back into the United States. Medical emergency, whatever. So we always recommend a passport, whether it's required or not. If they choose not to have a passport, it must be an original original state issued, not a copy and not from the hospital, but a state issued original birth certificate.
Which none of us really want to be carrying around with us on vacation for sure.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. All right, Jenny, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We so appreciate that. Hey, if you missed any of our conversations, would like to hear part of it again, you can find all this information in our website in the 2 Wants to Know section.
When you see this, I want you to take this with a grain of salt, because these are just individual reporting stations. Notice that, so there's Columbia, South Carolina. By the way, this is yesterday, so I'm looking at adding both yesterday and today. Columbia at 3.79 inches, but if you go just south of Columbia, you see that area that's in that dark purple. When you see that purple area, that may be upwards of 7-8 inches. It just really depends on what we're looking at. But Asheville yesterday, at least officially at the airport there, just under 6 inches of rain. 5.42 for Boone. Now we look at today's totals. Now remember, this today was not quite as bad as yesterday because they were it was like running totals, even though there's so much rain. Boone had 6.83, Asheville with even more, so you're looking at anywhere from even 15 inches of rain for parts of the North Carolina mountains. And in the last 24 hours, Burlington's had 1.5 inches, about 3/4 of an inch in Greensboro. But you take all that and you think, okay, well, our rivers are going to flood as a result of this. True in most cases. In this particular case, for the Dan River, they're actually below flood stage, and they will peak tomorrow morning, technically at 8 a.m., but not really reach the flood stage, which is 18 feet if memory serves. And then the Yadkin River, well, let's skip down to Haw River first after that, because they too, below flood stage, but still reaching their peak, still growing by Saturday morning at about 2 a.m. But the Yadkin River, this is a mess. That is a major issue, the flooding there going well above the flood zone and reaching its peak tomorrow morning.
Pomona Park.
Mic check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Now a lot has changed at Pomona Park since the last time you saw us. Now a tree cutting service.
Avenue, where as you can see, what you can see behind me is completely flooded. Is completely flooded. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I think he wants you to splash the water.
Mic check.
Thank you. Hey, we're doing a mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check here in Boone. In Boone, we're doing a mic check.
Hello, lots of stuff going on today. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi there. Flooding carries a car down the street.
Hey, ice cold milk and an Oreo cookie, they forever go together like a...
Flooding carries a car down the streets of Asheville. A disaster across the state, especially in western North Carolina. The interstate disappeared at the North Carolina-Tennessee border. That storm washed away part of I-40. Look closely on the left-hand side of your screen. The Pigeon River spilled over its banks.
And you could hardly make out Highway 74 near I-40 this morning near Asheville. A sea of floodwater covers everything. It carried cones, it trapped cars, and more. A school parking lot looked like a lake today in the high country too. This is outside Valley Cruces Elementary School. And in Rockingham County, dramatic video showing a funnel cloud in Stoneville this afternoon. It was all part of a storm that triggered a tornado warning as well. Someone spotted a similar scene in Eden, the video showing clear rotation of a funnel cloud.
Helene has created a nightmare for the conditions stretching from here all the way to western North Carolina. The catastrophic flooding has swallowed roads and shut off the mountains to the rest of our state.
And from what we're hearing, at least 40 people have died already across the southeast due to this storm. 3 of them from our state, including 1 here from the Triad. Now we have teams all across the state tonight giving you updated looks at the various stages of damage all across North Carolina.
We will check on the conditions across the Piedmont Triad as well, but first let's go to our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley. Tim, are we in the clear yet?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good at this point, guys. I think we can rest easy that now in the Triad, a lot of our problems are certainly over. And for many of us, we can consider ourselves pretty lucky. We saw all the way throughout the week that the western part of the state was going to be the one hit much harder than us, and that did prove to be true. Still plenty of flood warnings. We'll get to the coverage out that way from our amazing reporter team. But in the meantime, still just a couple of scattered showers remain here locally. On a normal day, we wouldn't think twice about it. However, today, these tiny little showers sometimes have been spinning around and creating those funnel clouds, or occasionally some tornado touchdowns that we're trying to work on for you. In the meantime, though, everything pretty quiet across much of the area. We've had some sporadic damage, whether it be trees down, some random flooding here and there, or funnel clouds, the worst of it out into the foothills and the mountains, as we will show you. Winds still gusting a little bit, but no big deal, 15 to 25 miles per hour. The good news is that we're basically over. At this point, we'll keep an eye on the radar for you, but I think we're in pretty good shape the rest of the evening. Temperatures are going to cool down from the 70s down into the 60s as we go into early tomorrow morning, and it'll be nice and cool, a little bit less humid for you as we start our Saturday. We'll have a lot of sunshine out there, actually, with temperatures getting close to 80 degrees. We'll have more on your forecast and what the storm did across the state coming up.
Well, the worst of the storm hit farther west, where floodwaters really swallowed everything in sight. The video that you're seeing now showing a pickup truck almost completely submerged.
A similar situation unfolded nearby. Check out this semi-truck. Water nearly reached the hood of that big rig. The flooding created a river of debris. A giant container floated down the road, powered by those roaring waters.
More than 100,000 people do not have power in the Asheville area as power lines and transformers went out last night. The surge of electricity lit up that Asheville area sky.
Well, another popular place we visit or went to school was also hit hard. Boone has seen some heavy flooding.
Yeah, the App State game against Liberty has been canceled tomorrow. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is live there in Boone with a look at the damage.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Roadways are still flooded here in Boone, just like this one I'm walking in right now. It's not quite up to my ankles, but it's still a lot of water. But I want you guys to keep walking with me. Take a look at this. This is an App State parking garage, and this right here is a seating area. The heavy rains caused so much flooding that it completely washed away these bricks, leaving this area a complete mess. But cleanup has started here in the area, with firefighters and folks in the area coming together to get back to normal. Earlier today, NCDOT put out a post on Facebook saying that all roads in western North Carolina should be considered closed. It's something officials across the state keep stressing, and that is to stay home and off the roads. We spoke with 2 App State students, both from the Triad, Burlington specifically. They both lived here in Boone for a little over 3 years. They both say they have never seen anything like this.
We've definitely seen wind and rain, but not to this extreme. Definitely not.
Typically it's, ice and snowstorms, but never really a hurricane. I mean, I read earlier they said it was the worst since 1940. So, yeah, you can tell.
Now, since we've got here, we've been chatting with folks all throughout the past few hours, and they've tipped us off to some other areas of impact here in Boone. We will be here in Boone throughout the rest of the evening, checking in on those areas. For now, live in Boone, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you so much and stay safe out there. Here are even more pictures of damage and flooding in Boone. This picture shows a street sign nearly submerged under the roaring waters. The water's almost on top of the sign that says Blairmont Drive.
A wide view showing a scary scene all along Deerfield Road. This is near the Boone Golf Course. You can't tell even really what you're looking at. In another part of the high country, floodwaters surround a church in Valley Crucis. It sits right across from the original Mast General Store. And several emergency crews from our area are out west tonight. Greensboro-Winston-Salem Fire deployed rescue teams earlier this week.
Stokes County EMS sent a team along today, along with the Northeast Stokes Fire Department. Asheboro Fire and Rescue has a crew on the ground in Buncombe County that is home to Asheville. Wilkes County is one of the hardest hit places in our area. A picture from earlier today shows part of Wilkesboro underwater.
WFMY News 2's Joseph Leonard. He spent the day in the foothills and he's joining us live.
We're standing in a parking lot just off Wilkesboro Avenue, and as you can tell, this street is completely flooded. Now I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer Raymar can show you just what's happened here. As you can see, the water almost up to the top of the tires of the cars right here. You go beyond that, that white truck, the water has risen all the way up to almost the top of those tires. You move a little bit further to your right, you can see that trailer, excuse me, the water has risen about a quarter of the way there. And then the water has risen also all the way up to the front door of these businesses. Now we're going to show you some video from earlier today. Now we got to town around 11:30 this morning, and at that time the rain was still dumping on this area. From then until about 4 o'clock we saw that water rising. Now since then it's receded just a bit. Now, earlier we watched a few people walk through the street and the water was all the way up to their chests. Now people here worry if water continues to flow from upstream, this area will flood even more.
It's supposed to end at like 3 o'clock or something, but when it's done and over, the water's going to rise. It's going to keep rising. It's crazy in Asheville, crazy in Boone. All that from Boone's going to come right down here. It's very dangerous, and I worry about, you know, people who do live around the rivers and creeks and streams.
Now we also took a ride over to Elkin in Surry County, but we were stopped on our way there. This giant tree came crashing down along Flint Hill Road. Now that's just a few minutes from where we are on Wilkesboro Avenue right now. And when we finally got to Elkin, the Yadkin River had risen significantly and the public library's parking lot was completely submerged underwater. But one thing that was constant all day, many people telling us this is the worst flooding they've seen in quite some time.
My brother's been here about 7 years, and he lives right down the road from us, and he said this is the worst he's ever seen. At I think it was 8 o'clock last night, we were at 7.5 inches of rain. It's up to your chest at times, and it's horrible. This is very, very sad.
Now, some advice that experts are telling you is to stay off the roadways if you don't exactly have to. If you think a road is flooded, do not drive on it, turn around and find another route. Reporting live in Wilkesboro, Joseph Leonard, WFMY News 2.
Of course, if you've been following us at any point today, you have seen that we have been in and out of tornado warnings all day long. Rockingham and Caswell counties were the most impacted.
Stoneville saw some of the worst damage. The winds ripped apart a tractor trailer. This is off Highway 770. This is a live look at the scene. Oh my goodness. Look at all that debris strewn all about. You can barely tell what it was and all the different pieces. Of course, live picture you're looking at right there. Was that some kind of shed, Tanya?
I know, I was trying to think if that was like a barn, a shed, part of an amphitheater, something of that nature. All tin, it looks like.
Right, regardless, a lot of damage you're looking right there at Stoneville in Rockingham County.
Well, we've seen plenty of damage all across our area. Yadkin River in Surry County, massive flooding there as well. Submerging roads. Once again, you can't tell where the road ends or begins or what's underneath it.
And in Yadkin County, a massive tree fell and closed Old 421 near Andrew Road in Hamptonville. The Highway Patrol says one person died after this tree collapsed on the car while the man was driving.
And we saw yet another tree down in Gibsonville. This one was along Church Street near Hearts on Fire Ministries, and you can see the length of that tree. And then when you look at the video, you can see like people on the left-hand side, so you can really get some context of how big that tree really was. Well, Guilford County not cleared or spared from the storm either. WFMY News 2's Giselle Thomas joins us now with a look at that damage.
Now, a lot has changed here at Pomona Park since the last time you've seen us. There is a tree cutting service that's here attempting to remove an 80-foot tree. In the past few minutes here, we've seen them cutting the branches, throwing them down to the ground. But I want to point your attention to on the ground here. You can see the tree completely uprooted. Now, we've seen similar scenes like this across all areas of the Triad today. Now, check out this huge down tree near Highway 220. We saw in the city field crews cutting it up and removing it out of the road. A manager told me that they've responded to over a dozen calls today. And we also followed around a local cutting tree service called God's Way, and they removed a tree that was sitting on top of a home.
One side was on there, so we were able to use some of the equipment. The space that we had was limited. We couldn't get any really big trucks back here. However, we had some smaller equipment. We were able to get back here and get the tree off. So this is a common removal.
Milton told me his team put blue tarp over the roof to keep water out, and flooding was also an issue in several spots throughout Greensboro, but specifically Latham Park. Now, I spoke with a neighbor who removed debris himself. He said his neighborhood, he knows it like the back of his hand.
We went out and deployed some of our boat assets. The only challenging aspect for them right now is just the terrain, so doing the bank searches proved problematic on Monday, but our technical rescue team used safety measures.
For clarity, minor flooding in parts of Greensboro. Guilford County EMS said that it activated parts of its services because it didn't want to run a risk of not having enough resources. Now, the tree cutting service here tells me that they just started to begin this task, and it could take a few hours just to get this complete tree down. They have to assess the situation and make sure it's safe. Live in Greensboro, Giselle Thomas, WFMY News 2.
All right, right now I want to give you a point of view. So you are standing on I-40 in Asheville and you are looking this way at US 74, except you're not seeing any of US 74 because US 74 is simply just covered by floodwaters. All of that brown water all the way back here would be the entrance of where you would get into the Blue Ridge Parkway. So you can see that in Asheville, it just simply is a mess. U-Haul trucks being buoyed up by all of the floodwaters, and when you put that into motion, you see half semi trucks and U-Haul trucks that are just going through intersections. Who knows where they're going to end up and how much of a mess we're going to be seeing here in the Asheville area. Julie?
The pictures and the videos, they are heartbreaking. Tanya, thank you so much. The devastation from the storm spreads across the southeast tonight. A look at the impact in Florida and Georgia and how a church plans to recover next. Well, fortunately, the worst of Helene has now cleared the southeast.
Yeah, that was far from true, not even 24 hours ago. Take a look at this video from Tampa. It shows the local sheriff's office rescuing a teen driver who was stranded in the floodwaters. I've seen some of these videos. They are waist high in water trying to get to people.
Oh, so difficult to watch. Now look at this. In Clearwater, Florida, a police rescue team guided an elderly woman to safety. Bless their hearts. The three of them waded through the floodwaters to get her out of the home. They truly are our heroes. In Georgia, the storm ripped apart this church. The front facade of the building is now gone. Despite this damage, the pastor says he is committed to having Sunday service.
Close-knit our congregation. The name of the church is Union. So we're proud of what we are as relates to when catastrophes happen, where there's death, storms, we come together and we make it happen.
Well, that pastor says he expects everyone in his town to lean on each other so that they can recover.
Well, right now we're thankful to start to see some quieter skies across the area. I know it's a little bit dramatically lit, but we have sunshine scattered about the area right now. That's the view in Burlington. Temperatures actually warmed up into the 80s and it's still plenty humid. You can tell that we just got hit with a tropical system. There's no doubt about that. Let me show you though, just the scope of Helene. I think this is probably clear in our storytelling when we're talking about Florida impacts, South Carolina, Georgia, and now North Carolina, but it's even bigger than that. Take a look all the way up into Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee. They've had all sorts of problems, and that rain is just wide across the area. There's actually something going on called the Fujiwara effect. Well, what would that be? When you have the hurricane that comes in like this, it's getting spiraled around a different low pressure system that was already there. It's kind of sucking it up and roaring it into it all into one. So it's going to sit back in the western parts of Tennessee and Kentucky, bringing them some rain over the weekend. For us here, we're starting to see our rain go away, and thank goodness for that. Still, flash flood warnings will continue for the foothills where they've had so much rain. You saw Joseph's report with the rising water out there in Wilkes County. Flood warnings continue for the Yadkin River, and they will for several days. So much rain today, of course, in the highest peak of the North Carolina mountains. It was clear for days now that this would be a disaster for them, and it sure has been. Our rain should just continue to go away by around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. Throughout the day, we did have winds gusting between 40 and 50 miles per hour at the peak, but it just has started to really go away. Our wind advisory has been canceled now, which is good news. We're not finding much wind any longer. And throughout the night tonight and tomorrow, we're just going to have quieter weather. So the weekend, it's actually looking really nice. We'll have some sunshine. That's still the swirling portion of Helene back out to the west. But we'll have sunshine for tomorrow, and then Sunday, just a low chance of a couple of showers from time to time with some cloudy skies. Let's take a look at your 7-day forecast. We're looking ahead toward the next couple of days. There will still be a shower chance Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but after that, fall air is finally going to come back. Lows in the 50s getting into Thursday and Friday.
All right, let's mic check Jalen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, y'all. Cool. Jalen's here. We're going to do sports.
So we may be in the heart of football season, but here in the Hoop State, we know that round ball reigns supreme. And today, the Duke Blue Devils men's squad hosted their 2024 Media Day today out at Cameron Indoor. And that's where we got our first look at the Blue Devils' #1 recruiting class, including the top player in the nation, Cooper Flag, plus Charlotte's very own 5-star product, Isaiah Evans from North Meck. And Coach Shire hopes that the mix of talent blends at just the right time as they look for the program's first national title since 2015.
The most talented teams haven't necessarily won the biggest, and the most together teams have. And that's why for us this spring and summer, you need to have enough talent, no question, but the connectivity, the embracing of different roles, and the blending of different talents is the most important thing.
Back here in the Triad, it's Friday, but there are only a few high school football games on tap for tonight. A bunch got moved to tomorrow and Monday. We'll have all that coverage tonight, tomorrow, through the weekend into Monday. That's it for your look at sports. We'll be right back.
Before we let you go, a little radar check across the area. Hopefully you can rest easy at this point. We are still watching behind the scenes. There's a little shower pushing up from Ruffin to the Virginia border. We've heard that story before. Hopefully no more tornado warnings, but yes, we are still on the lookout. In the meantime, things are looking pretty good for most of us, and actually our weekend is going to be fabulous. You have some sunshine for tomorrow, 80 degrees, and then we are actually looking at some fall air for a change heading into next week. So things looking better here. The theme of the day, this is going to be one of those natural disasters for North Carolina that's remembered forever, especially for the western part of the state.
Right, I mean, we have showed you countless videos and pictures from the mountains, and it is truly devastating over there.
It is not going to be a quick cleanup. We're talking years of cleanup.
Yep, and we just only know a fraction of the stories right now. We'll learn more.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you at 11. Good night.
News 2 at 6 is sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com and get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
I was saying earlier, we were out here, it wasn't flooded. Yeah. Let's at least check it out. Channel 12 News tells us our local channel.
11:45, and we did an interview right there where all that little bush.
This
Right.
Bill.
I don't know why he keeps doing that.
I'll let you know when I come back from work.
Oh, the awning collapsed.